Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon.
All right, the OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
Let us all bask in his glory on this wonderful Sunday. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, I am proud to announce Footnum is here.
Hello.
As is Greenline.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today?
And Reese. Good job.
In theory.
Still not back. I'm here.
What did he say? Like, I just need a minute and a half to talk. Well, my friend, I guess you needed those extra 11 seconds I didn't give you. All right. Jumping right in. Let's get in here. Let's get dirty. Where's the window? Here it is. Okay. Here we go. First and foremost, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I would like to direct you over to patreon.com/OCA podcast. Is Reese back? I recognize the frantic jostling.
I hear banging.
Okay, I guess not. Apparently, I'm also screen sharing I'm screen sharing the wrong window. That is the doc I was making, not the doc that is finished. So yeah, go to patreon.com/OCA podcast to support us on Patreon. You can also support me on Patreon at patreon.com/anime collector. There's also a bunch of other ways you can support us by going to ocapodcast.com/support, such as donating to us directly for a month, once per month. Once per month. No, donate once. That's how you do donating, just once. All right. Clearly, I am, after all these podcasts, you'd think I'd be better at this, but you would be wrong. You can also shop at Tenga. Take care of yourself. Think of us while you're doing it. Right. Okay. So this is a topic I've been sitting on for a little bit. Mount Fuji Lawson view now blocked by screens, but will it stop bad-mannered tourists? So there is a famous location where you can see Mount Fuji over this 7-Eleven and over this Lawson, right? And for some reason they've become, massive, tourist destinations, right? So that people show up to get photos, selfies, whatever, where you can see a distinctly Japanese entity, Lawson's, sounds so Japanese, with Mount Fuji peeking out the back. So in order to stop tourists from doing that, they have erected these block out screens. Right? Because now you can't take a photo, right? That's the idea.
No photo for you.
Now, here's the thing. That would work for the Japanese because, they're well behaved. However, has the Mount Fuji Lawson blackout screen really stopped tourists from taking photos? The Japanese town of Fuji Kawaguchiko nice, in Yamanashi Prefecture has been attracting worldwide attention recently after the local government erected a blackout screen to block a view of Lawson in front of Mount Fuji that has become famous on social media. According to the mayor, the screen is designed to protect both drivers and tourists who jaywalk across the road with little regard to traffic. But it also works to stop visitors from gathering at the front of the dental clinic where it was erected, as that had become the main vantage point for the photographers. In recent days, though, it's become apparent that tourists have been poking holes in the mesh. What? Who could have foreseen that?
Look, this is coming from the country that uses paper walls, okay?
Right.
Let's...
To photograph that prized image of Lawson and Mount Fuji together in one frame. Lots going on here.
You skipped the part.
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry. The area between public and private property was now more clearly defined than it was previously, with barricades providing a thoroughfare for dental patients while keeping the others on the public pedestrian path.
Writing the signs in Gaijin this time.
Yeah, that's what the other stuff was basically saying, is just they've added a bunch of English stuff to try and force people to not stand there.
However, as has been widely reported, there are a number of holes in the curtain at eye level, and the openings are just big enough.
Are we sure
for a
they're at eye
smartphone.
level?
The screen hasn't completely deterred tourists from taking photos at this location, but it has stopped crowds from forming outside the dental clinic and flooding out into traffic, which was a major concern. In that respect, the screen is proving to be effective, and when he spoke to locals and security guards on site, they echoed its effectiveness, saying, "Who's he? Tasuku?" When there was no screen, the amount of people here was unbelievable. I couldn't pass through that area before. The
One of the
reduction in
locals he was
visitors,
talking.
the reduction in visitors wouldn't have happened without this screen. If anyone needs any more incentive to stay on the right side of the law, there's a police box across the road next to the Lawson, keeping an eye on things as well. You can still take photos of Fuji and the convenience store together at the Lawson, and that's where most of the tourists were gathered when this particular person visited. As Tasuku, I'm guessing that's the logo, right? Discovered.
No, Tasuku is the name of the reporter that these people sent to the area.
Okay. There's more to see and do in the area than snap photos of a convenience store. So hopefully influencers on social media will start diverting attention towards these other hidden gems. Having visited the town many times in the past, once, even after the train stopped running, he can recommend getting up early to snap a photo like this one from the station.
Gang up early to
place.
erect the sheet.
Yep. Tasuku's photography skills might not be up to snuff in the world of social media, but it goes to show that there really are plenty of other sites around the town where Mount Fuji will wow you and your followers. Okay. That's all it takes. Imagine all the dead people up there. It's kind of crazy to think in that first one that I showed that Mount Fuji was completely God damn it. Mount Fuji is completely without snow.
That's not Mount Fuji. That's why.
This is okay.
Neither of those are Mount Fuji. Those are other hills on the backs of convenience stores.
I was gonna say Mount Fuji looks pretty.
You call yourself a Japanese connoisseur.
That's Hill Fuji? Question
Mount
mark?
Fuji Lawson View. What is this?
Neither. Those are two other locations. Read the thing.
Oh, the mountain in Iwate Prefecture. Oh, okay.
They're just
So
other examples of mountains behind stores.
I understand.
If that's what you want to take a picture of, you can go there and get something similar.
Photoshop in Mount Fuji.
It's the wished version of
Right.
Mount Fuji photo.
Yeah, so I was
We
going to say,
Mount Fuji. We have Mount Fuji at home. Mount Fuji at home.
right?
Yeah.
So I was going to say that that if Mount Fuji does actually lose its snow, it's crazy to think of all the people who are dead up there, just kind of like washing down. But apparently that doesn't happen. Thanks for ruining my headcanon, you bitches.
I'm sorry. I was trying to find. Oh, go ahead.
Was there anything more on this particular article?
No, not on that article.
All right. You were trying to find what?
I was trying to find this TikTok that I saw. I think I brought it up on podcast before, maybe not. But anyway, it was like some guy had set up like a lifeguard chair behind the curtain and was like, I think it was mainly a joke, but he was like, the video was the guy walks up to the guy on the chair, hands him $10. He takes the guy's phone from him and takes the picture above the screen and then hands him back the phone. So they were still getting the picture just from above the screen.
Real quick,
But I couldn't find the TikTok anymore.
What is the command to end the thing running in terminal?
Command Z or Command C, maybe Command Z or Command C.
It's Control Z, right?
One of those. Okay. Something.
Sorry, Stable Diffusion was running. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So my ears. Tourist damaged Mount Fuji Lawson blackout screen that was meant to stop bad-mannered visitors. What? That's like trying to say that gun laws would stop criminals from owning guns. So there are plans to add a sign with a QR code on the blackout screen, linking to a site that introduces these photo spots to help disperse tourists more evenly throughout the town and prevent overcrowding. So basically,
said photo spots that mentioned earlier.
Yeah. So in order to show them other things, like go over here, stop poking holes in our thing.
Yeah, there's tons of
now.
There's tons of other spots that are better equipped for people, a bunch of people to get together and take photos of Mount Fuji, and so the idea was to show them where to go.
Mount Fuji view blocking screen to combat bad tourist manners might be replaced with another screen. The screen was installed on May 21st, but sadly, it only took a day for people to start poking or cutting holes in it. Though the city has been patching them, new ones have continued appearing on a daily basis. And so now the city is considering removing the current screen entirely and replacing it with a new one made of stronger material. Mayor
Hey, babe, meet me on the other side of the glory screen.
Yeah, it's a road. Gonna die.
Build the wall. Build the wall.
That's high stakes glory hole. Mayor Hideyuki Watanabe says that since the screen's installation, the situation at the site has improved, with fewer tourists congregating in the area. However, he described the opening of holes as a disappointing lack of moral. The current screen is made of fibrous mesh, and according to Watanabe, the holes appear to have been made by people using either their fingers or craft knives. Though it seems like keys would also be able to cut through the mesh. Ostensibly, whatever material the screen would be replaced with would be sturdy enough to stand up to such tools. In addition to the screen's durability, Watanabe would like to improve its aesthetics as well. The black screens don't look good, he said. We'll just put a fucking mirror, a one-way mirror, right? Sorry, I lost my... yeah, the black screen doesn't look good, he said, and it really does look sort of oppressive and jarring. For the new screen, the city is considering a brighter color, such as blue, green, silver, or brown. Yeah, just putting a rainbow flag on it.
They should paint a mural of the view.
That'd be hilarious.
But that's gonna
be
people still.
Yeah, I was gonna say what would be funny about that is that it's gonna become an even hotter tourist destination for that.
You were from the mural.
And while that certainly would look a little cheerier, it also feels like a sign that the screen is going to be kept in place for quite a while and isn't just a short-term measure. So continuing from here, bad managers caused chaos at new Mount Fuji viral photo spot. City erects fence to stop them. The site known as Mount Fuji Yume no Ohashi, or Mount Fuji Great Dream Bridge, is a regular overpass for locals, but it's a sought-after photo spot for tourists who are dazzled by the way Mount Fuji looms large over the road and on the stairs that can lead up to the roadside walkway. As the Google Street View image above shows, there's not much here in terms of tourist facilities, and that's become a problem. With no large parking lots or toilets in the vicinity, residents' lives have been disrupted by people leaving trash, parking their cars illegally, sometimes even on their property, and foreigners knocking on the doors of houses asking to use the bathroom. Fuck foreigners. You and your need to pee. What do you think you are, a Kamala Harris rally? The mayor of the local ward, Masatoshi Matsumoto, has been responding to resident complaints with the help of Fuji City Exchange and Tourism Division Manager Takanori Matsumura. Together, they helped to quickly construct a parking area to alleviate the parking problems. But as the queued up moment in the below video shows, not that we can see it, parking is limited, so it doesn't entirely solve the problem. The ward says that on a busy day, there can be over 300 tourists visiting the neighborhood, and sightseeing buses have also been spotted in the area. The ward is doing its best to address complaints as they come in, but Mayor Matsumoto is requesting that tourists mind their manners when visiting the neighborhood. He says that if foreign tourists display good manners, the residents will be more accepting of them, creating a more pleasant experience for everyone. Don't be a piece of shit and we might not throw you out. Right? Brand new Tokyo condo high-rise is going to be torn down for blocking view of Mount Fuji. In July, Japanese real estate developer Sekisui House, Jose? Is his name Jose? Was scheduled to finish construction. Okay, so the real estate developer is House, Sekisui House. It's not a person, it's a business. Was scheduled to finish construction on a high-rise condominium in Kunitachi, a district of Western Tokyo. However, with just a few weeks until the first residents were supposed to get their keys and move in, Sekisui House has announced that instead of putting the finishing touches on the building, they're going to tear the whole thing down. Oof. Yeah, that is pretty hideous.
It blocks like more than half
right.
the mountain.
So why is Sekisui House scraping a project a year and a half after construction? Pardon.
Scrapping?
Yeah, that says scrapping.
What did I say? Scraping?
Scraping?
Pardon.
You scrapist, you?
I thought you were making. I thought they missed a typo.
I got a text on my computer as I was reading, and it distracted me, and I kept reading what I thought it was going to say. Anyway, so why is Sekisui House? That's not even the same word. Oh, it is. I lied. Okay, it's just not bold this time, so it looks different. All right, so why is Sekisui House scrapping? Okay, because it says scrapping the project. That's fucking goddamn it. So why?
Okay, there is a typo, but it's not the typo you thought.
Why are they scrapping the project after a year and a half of construction? There's a hint in the building's name: Grand Mission Fuji Midori. Fuji Midori is the name of the street the building is located on, and it translates to street with a view of Mount Fuji. I don't think so. Did I say Mission? Grand Maison, Fuji Midori. God damn me. Midori is green, isn't it?
I believe so.
However, while the units on the upper floors of the Grand Maison Fuji Midori However, while the units on the upper floors of the Grand Maison Fuji Midori, Fuji Midori would boast nice views of Japan's tallest mountain. The building itself worsens the view of Mount Fuji from the street. All right, so this is the view from the street. You can see that that now there's this building here. Unsurprisingly, a number of people who already live in the neighborhood weren't happy about the negative impact to the vista on a street named for its nice view of Mount Fuji. Shortly after a Sekisui House announced the project in February 2021, complaints from locals started coming in. On the 4th of this month, Sekisui House developer informed the Kunitachi government that it will be demolishing Grand Maison Fuji Midori without any residents moving in. What is it about the word Fuji Midori that forces you to put a period and then say it again? This is the second fucking time you've done this. So say, on the 4th of this month, Sekisui House developer informed the Kunitachi government that it will be demolishing Grand Maison Fuji Midori without any residents moving in, saying that, quote, "We did not sufficiently consider the effect on the surrounding area, including the scenery." In a statement posted to the company's website on the 11th, Sekisui House says that as construction progressed and they saw the actual effect the building had on the view, they, quote, "have come to the decision to prioritize the view of Fuji Midori and are voluntarily canceling the construction project." I can't imagine how much money they just sunk building it and now have to foot the bill to demolish it.
Well, I mean, if no one wants to move in, it goes on to say it. They don't actually say how many units were sold, but they'll whoever bought it, they'll give their money back, I guess.
Oh, I'm sure. I'll be right back.
But like, if they weren't,
I gotta tell my son to go to somebody else's house real quick.
I need to tell my son to get some mental help real quick.
go to the stranger's house with the candy.
Just go ahead, go ahead and get in that van.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know how many people are actually buying that unit, right? Like, if everyone in the town hates the thing, maybe there was a big enough boycott that no one purchased any units, or not enough people purchased units, so they decided to just tear it down.
I think my wife is trying to make an argument for why my kids should have cell phones. She had to text me while I'm live to tell my son to go somewhere. All right. So continuing. Also, hello, the Cool 2T. Luigi, I will address your comments in a minute because they will become appropriate in a minute.
Detroit become appropriate.
Japan's foreign population reaches historic milestone following largest ever single year surge. So Japan's population and workforce continues to internationalize, they said, as though it was a good thing. Japan's ministry, of course, Casey Basile, foreigner working in Japan, would think it's a good thing, right? Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications has released the results of its annual survey of the country's resident demographics, and it contains some historic figures regarding the foreign population in Japan. Examining residence records as of January 1st, researchers found that Japan's foreigner population grew by 11.01% compared to the previous year, with 329,535 new foreign residents, bringing the tally to 3,323,374 people. Not only is that the largest single year surge ever, it also marks the first time in history for more than 3 million foreigners to be living in Japan. The funny thing about this is that they were at like 294 or 2,900,000 and they were only off by 6,000 is what I'm trying to get to. They were off by 6,000, and that's why 329 becomes 323, right? Like, it was actually less than 6,000 that they were away from reaching 3 million. As you can probably guess, Tokyo had the largest foreign population bump, with 66,304 new non-Japanese residents, followed by Osaka and Aichi prefectures. However, the number of foreigners living in each and every one of Japan's 47 prefectures increased, the second year in a row for the phenomenon to occur. Tokyo also had the highest amount of foreign residents by percentage, with foreigners making up 4.65% of Tokyoites, with Aichi at 4.03% in second, and Gunma in third with 3.77%. Gunma. On the other end of the spectrum, that must be where the bukkake fetish originated from. I lost my train of thought. Where am I? Okay. On the other end of the spectrum, 3 prefectures in the northeastern Tohoku region had the lowest percent of foreign residents, with Akita at 0.56, Aomori at 0.63, and Iwate at 0.85%. Meanwhile, Japan's Japanese national population continued to drop, as it has for the last 15 years. The 861,237 person decline, also a record, was larger than the foreign influx, dropping the country's total population to 124,885,175 people. No period. With the Japanese national and foreigner populations moving in opposite ways at record paces, 2.66% of Japan's residents are now non-Japanese people. However, an arguably even more significant shift is occurring within Japan's working population, defined in the study as residents between the ages of 15 and 64. Japanese compulsory education ends at 15, and retirement benefits can be collected from 65. Over the past year, the Japanese national working population shrunk by a little over 520,000, 500,000 over the past year. As that demographic continues to age, on the other hand, many of Japan's newly arrived foreign residents are in their 20s, having come to the country to pursue educational or economic goals. And so, Japan's foreign working population gained over 298,000 new members since last year. Even more drastic is that while only roughly 59% of the Japanese national population is in that working population age group, over 85% of the foreign population is, suggesting that foreign workers are going to be an increasingly important part of the Japanese economy. So what do you guys think? It's the end of Japan. It's like we've seen the future. It's already over, right?
So what do you mean? It's been the end of Japan for like the past, I want to say, several years at this point.
I mean, we've been talking about it like basically this entire time.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's the end. I mean, I don't want it to be the end. And I think technically we're not at the end, but we're at the beginning of the end.
Yeah. So why is this happening? That's not right.
Weebs.
Okay, I guess I did put this here. Okay. Callisto Roll says, has anyone seen any Japanese people in Tokyo lately? Allow me to show you. God damn it, wrong brand. All right.
日本人どこにいるのか。
Other than the guy directing the pedestrian traffic, I think I saw one Asian guy there.
The guy directing the traffic wasn't even Asian. What do you mean?
Was he not?
No,
I didn't even look at him. I was looking.
That's why I was laughing the hardest at this video. Those guys are called a safety man or whatever, right? Or Garduman. Garduman.
Garduman, is that
and
right?
Yeah. And for one of those guys to be non-Japanese, that's saying a lot.
Yeah, this is like
Unless he
the
was just
inverse of
working
what we
for one of
have
the
going on
businesses.
over here, right?
The reverse? What do you mean?
I mean, maybe not literally the reverse, but you know how it's like non-Japanese foreigners are coming over into Canada because we like to have open
It's the same thing.
borders.
It's exactly the same.
It's the same thing that's happening here.
No. These are Westerners going over to Japan, and they're getting replaced. Or sorry, and in the West, we're getting replaced with.
It's not just Westerners; it's other people as well.
Easterners.
But the point is, it's foreigners going into Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so all our people are going to Japan, and all of India is coming to Canada.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next part here. To say, you can't imagine why Japan is sick of tourists. Do a fucking backflip.
We need to open a Gaijin Mart over here.
Gaijin Mart, yeah. I mean, at least these people look Asian. They look maybe Thai. Anyway, so why is this happening? Well, geez, I could have told you this years and years and years ago. Because the UN, I was told this was a conspiracy theory, says Ezra Levant, Canadian journalist. It's actually a 177-page UN report, replacement migration. In the 2000s, the UN published a plan called replacement migration. In it is details how migrants and immigrants can replace the native population of the West, along with Japan and South Korea. We, along with Korea, are the only Asian countries under the migration replacement plan. France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Republic of Korea, Russian Federation. I believe these are meant to be, to a degree, in alphabetical order. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, right? Then it goes
China's
Russian
off
Federation,
limits, though.
United Kingdom of Great Britain, United States of America, Europe, European Union, right? Well, that's because China is part of the population that they're exporting. Japan is slowly losing its identity. Oh, let's look at this video.
Allahu Akbar, Allah.
It's not just losing its identity. Dude, that brother, it's gone. Right? Like this is a level you do not come back from without a massive, like earth-shattering jerk in another direction. Doctors and engineers also arrived in Japan. I think the funniest thing about this is that I can't tell if he's on drugs or if he just learned to talk from the Seems very drunk. Also,
We're very coke.
From Kurds knife dancing to African Americans twerking, can foreigners please stop importing their degeneracy into Japan, please?
日本の夏はやばすぎ。
Well, at least
what
the
am I
next
even
time...
looking at here? It's like they're on the side of a fucking road dancing, and like all the guys are filming the girls like on the ground, like twerking and shit. What is this?
Look, the next tsunami is going to take at least it's going to take the bad culture away, right? No.
Honestly, when I say that an earth-shattering, jerk in another direction would have to
almost
occur
being
for them
literally, man.
I'm just saying, like a massive tsunami. If you have natural disasters in the reason that migrants are leaving their homes, their home countries, and relocating elsewhere is because there are incentives for them to do so. It's not just, when America was originally bring us your poor, your huddle masses, all that kind of stuff, right? The idea behind that is that we were a place in America where if you worked hard, you could succeed. And so people fought tooth and nail and saved up money in order to make the trip to where they would get to America with nothing but the clothes on their back effectively, and they would achieve the American dream through hard work, right? And that what was unique about America is that because at the time we were mostly free market capitalism, that was a dream you could achieve, right? In modern day, that's not the same thing that we're experiencing in the West, especially. We have created incentives where it's not hard work that pays off by coming to America, it's handouts. So, and of course, the unwritten quid pro quo is we'll keep the border open for you and you'll vote for us in turn, right? We'll give you a paycheck greater than the median income of most of the United States monthly for free for voting for us, kind of thing. So continuing, I don't know what ethnic group the Muslim men in the UK belong to, but considering they're dancing around with machetes, it reminds me of that video which took place in Kawaguchi, Saitama Prefecture, where the Kurd danced with the knife. Why did they do this? Not sure what's going on here.
It's okay though, because it's not guns. They're gun-free countries, right? So.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. That'll come up. Kurds treat our beautiful Japanese rivers like a dumpster. Now, generally speaking, I don't know if you guys saw it, but he threw some trash in there, which is what he means by, you see him throwing something away right there, or I guess he's throwing his drink out into the river, right? Generally speaking, what is happening here, just like setting up camp and enjoying effectively a picnic sort of, thing, is not such an egregious thing, right? In America, if I lived near a river like this, I could see this being something people do. But you don't go to another country and treat it like you own the place, right? Even if you live in the other country, especially a country like Japan, I can't imagine going to Mexico. I mean, I would definitely not go in the water there for other reasons. But I can't imagine doing something like this in another country. You know what I mean? And it's it's the disrespect for the cultural heritage of the Japanese being put on display here.
Just in general disrespect in any sense of the word.
Yeah. So Ishi Sakaki is a national treasure. Here he says, "Is this a picture from Japan? I find it unpleasant that Japanese people seem to be confused by the troublesome Kurds. Now, Kurds living in Japan are being hated for their troublesome behavior. To which Kurdish Tina says, 'You are a racist.' To which he replies, 'You're the racist. Stay quiet in a developed country, barbarian.'" Ishi Takaki writes a great article on Journal of Protect Japan. One of the reasons why the Kurds are being allowed to stay is because the demolition industry. And their cheap labor, what does that sound like? So cheap, in fact, that they engage in illegal dumping. The Kurdish problem is a corruption problem. Here we have Kurdish demolition site knocks an electric pole, destroying someone's house. The Kurds record it and make a joke of it. I feel sorry for the locals who live in Warabi and Saitama. Fuck, that's loud. Anyway, they start making jokes. You know, they knock that into somebody's house. It actually doesn't look, the damage doesn't look nearly as bad as he's making it out to be. But it's still, like, you don't, like, that still is going to, you're going to have to replace that roof, you know? Like, it's, then we have, what do we have here? We've got Kurds are now openly calling for terrorism against the Japanese. A Kurd called Omar Hamo released a video saying, quote, show the despicable Japanese the barrel of a gun. They want us dead. There is no amount of GDP growth that could justify importing this culture into Japan. Seems antithetical to your way of life, does it not? A Kurd refuses to show his residency card to Japanese police, and when asked, are you drinking? He replied, yes, I'm drinking alcohol, cocaine, and marijuana, everything. They show no respect for our country. I think he's the one filming, too. I don't think you see the guy in it. Also, Kurds are driving around recklessly in Kawaguchi and Saitama Prefecture, with one car even bursting into flames. Kishida, referring to the prime minister, says we have to coexist with foreigners. But how can we when foreign ethnic groups like the Kurds import their third world behavior into Japan? See, that's the thing. When you import the third world, you become the third world, right? And this is the major problem with migration, especially refugees, is that if you are in a place that has problems, fleeing that place should not, your first prerogative should not be to bring those problems with you, right? But so many times we see that because it's easier, like, to leave a place that's ruined and ruin someplace else rather than fix the ruined place, right? That we see that all the time. Continuing, not one of the Kurds, but equally troubling, a 23-year-old Chinese student caused a fatal accident in Kanagawa, killing a Japanese citizen. This shit is fucking wild. Reminder, our taxes are being used for foreign students to study in Japanese universities for free. Also, why is the Japanese mainstream media not showing his identity and name? Fucking, I couldn't believe that's what the car looks like. Wait till you see what he hit. What the fuck?
What?
What the fuck? No way you survived that.
How fast was he going?
Oh, you're going to see it on video. Right here. So that car in the next lane over to the right, this one, boom, done, fucking done. You're lucky that car stopped, that the truck stopped. Like, look at that shit. Oh my God.
Bruh. I
Look,
forget.
I would say
They drive on the right side of the vehicle in Japan?
Yeah.
No, left side.
No, he's talking about the driver.
Oh.
Which side is the driver's seat?
Oh, the driver. Yeah.
Yeah,
the
so
driver
damn.
The driver of that truck is gone.
He's roasted. He died in the hospital.
He was vaporized.
I don't understand why the fucking, like, bushes in front of this place are
Censored.
And I thought it was to hide the fact that like you see the accident from a bad angle where the guy gets murdered kind of thing. But then I noticed on this view that it's blurred over here too for some reason. See it on the left?
It's kind of weirder.
Property.
Is that
somebody
specific?
didn't sign the release on? Yeah, you can show my property in that video.
Well, maybe it's a special someone of interest that they don't want to adopt.
Now, like this one looks like more of an accident, but regardless, it is showing the disregard for the authority in Japan, right? The law of the land, the behavior on the road, right, is eroded by people who do whatever the fuck they want. If you watch the video, the reason that this happened is because he tries to pass another vehicle at a very ridiculous speed. Right here. He tries to get in front of this other vehicle and he gets hit. Tail spins out, hits the other car. What do we have here? Non-Japanese fighting other non-Japanese in Japan. Tensions reaching a breaking point between a Pakistani and an Englishman on the streets of Japan. Why does Japanese society overlook racism? Because we believe in harmony and not diversity. Anti-racism is just a code word for anti-nativism. In the West, anti-nativism takes in the form of anti-whiteness. In Japan, it's anti-Japanesism. Meanwhile, Japanese nationalists are telling the public how third world migrants are destroying Europe with riots, sexual crimes, and theft, which is why right-wing populism is rising in the continent. You know, I'm going to fucking pull something up right here. We're going rogue.
Sexual crimes?
Oh, just wait. Let me pull it up.
Now, what about sexual riots?
Sex Riot, new band name. All right. Let's pull this up here. French woman convicted after falsely claiming white male raped her. DNA evidence proved it was illegal African migrant. France deserves everything that's happening to it.
That's funny because it's the reverse of what would happen in like the 40s and 50s during in the South.
Yeah, where they would like what's the story about the Emmett Till or whatever his name is? Like the you know what I'm talking about?
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird, right?
Atticus Finch.
Yes, right. That's what it is. Anyway,
To Kill a Mockingbird's the name of the book. Atticus Finch is the lawyer.
The lawyer.
I forget the name of the guy.
Is it like Emmett Till or something like that?
I don't remember.
Anyway, this is a very tumultuous time for the world. So anyway, some people, right-wing nationalists, are getting a bullhorn and trying to wake people up before they lose their home. Right. Meanwhile, in the West, you know, we have people like this French woman who are actively accelerating the problem by refusing to call a spade a spade. When a country adopts a system of multiculturalism, the native population surrenders their ancestral ownership of their homeland and adopts a post-racial worldview. As a result, the natives lose their sovereign right to have protection and a voice in their own country.
They're colonizing.
That is what this is. 100%. Think about it this way. Before the Revolutionary War, if you went into another country and colonized it, you would do so with guns. After, like in more current world politics, if cultures don't have guns, such as, you know, in the UK, you got to have a license for your knife, right? In those places, right? In places like that, a cultural takeover is going to be a more subversive means of attack. right? You're not going to come in guns blazing. You're going to come in through migration,
Knives blazing,
and stuff like. And that's happening. We looked a couple podcasts ago about that guy, that bus driver in Sweden who got stabbed. Like, I mean, this shit is spilling over hardcore. We've been looking at this for years now. So some good news, I guess. And again, I mean this in every sense of the word. Good news. Okay? 40% of Afghanistan evacuees who fled to Japan have since left, citing poor support. You should not want people fleeing war-torn places to live in your land forever. When you are giving people a place to escape a war-torn place, you are doing so because they are in imminent danger. When that danger subsides, they should return and turn the place that is their home into the place that they want it to be, not turn your home into the place they want it to be, right? So, and this is the difference between the West and Japan in this sense, that by not giving them handouts to the same degree, it becomes less appetizing to stay there, whereas other more European countries are going to have handouts ready for you. And so when Japan isn't giving you the support you want, the free stuff and all that, well, hop on a boat and get over to the mainland and then travel your way to Germany, France, any number of European countries, or go the opposite way and come to America. Like, naturally, that's what they're going to do. After dropping 2 black pills, I have to give you guys some good news. Over 40% of Afghan migrants have left Japan. We are making progress, and hopefully, when we have a more right-wing government come September, this will be 100%. So we are looking at some very uncomfortable times ahead globally. I've been talking about this literally since like podcast 3, about the future of the world, the global conflict we're inching towards, and how pretty soon cultures are going to start clashing over the fact that it's do or die time. And it's been post-due for quite some time. Now, many of the Japanese, especially the nationalists, have this sentiment here. The emperor has an approval rating higher than any politician of every political party in Japan. And yet, because of our post-war constitution forced upon us by the U.S. government, he cannot lead our country. Shinto nationalism is what the Japanese people want. So the approval rating of the emperor is 85%. The approval rating of Kishida is only 15%. Now, granted, I think it's worth noting that the only reason you have a high approval rating for the emperor is because he doesn't do shit. As soon as he's in position to make decisions that affect your life, you're going to start to get a much lower approval rating, right? Obviously. Now, what else has the U.S. forced into Japan? Oh, the U.S. pushed for the LGBT understanding bill.
No. LGBT.
LGBT understanding bill, which is now brainwashing Japanese children, such as in Nabari Junior High School in Nabari Mie Prefecture, while calling us xenophobic for not accepting immigration to deal with our birth rate. With allies like that, who needs enemies? Now, I just felt like it was important, and also a way for me to close a bunch of fucking tabs, to bring this up. The West. Japan is a pedophilic culture that sexualizes children. Also the West. We have newborn babies transgender people can stick inside their ass to simulate childbirth. Also, the West. If you support preserving Japanese girl swimwear, you're a pedophile. Also the West. The lowdown on anal sex. Teaching children how to have sex. Also, can we get the baby on screen? Just as a precautionary measure. It's in the Ogla brand, right? Yes.
There was a baby, the last tweet.
There's the baby. Cool. Thank you. Safe. All right, perfect. that's I don't need the baby anymore. If you didn't see it, neither will you too. Right. Japanese ramen shop bankruptcies are on pace for an all-time high. You get that fucking baby on screen. Japanese ramen shops are facing a crisis as bankruptcies are set to reach an all-time high, with a pace doubling the previous year due to the rising cost of running the business that only spiked in recent years. The pace of ramen shop bankruptcies in Japan accelerated this year, with 49 bankruptcies occurring by July 2024. Given that 2023 had a total of 53 cases of ramen shop bankruptcies, that's a pace for almost double the number of bankruptcies. The graph shows the current pace in dark blue, with the previous year's totals on top, and their pace going into July in blue, right? So this is the total. This is where they were at the same point, right? In 2020, there were 54 cases of ramen shop bankruptcies. That's during COVID, which is the current record, but it will likely be surpassed in the coming months.
This is a little bit like, you would have to look at how many ramen shop businesses are in existence for this to mean anything, right?
Sure.
Because like the tourism has boomed in COVID times, right? And so if they're thinking, oh, well, tourists want ramen, let's all open up ramen shops.
Yeah.
And then, sure enough, we can't support that many. So there's a bunch of bankruptcies.
It's similar to how during 2020, anime had a massive boom over people getting stuck at home and watching more of it on streaming sites, right? So then anime studios have started to pump them out like crazy. And now the demand doesn't match the output. And so we're looking in the future of a crash in the anime market where they're no longer going to be able to produce nearly as many as they're doing because there just isn't a return on that investment, right? Similar with ramen, it's like, yeah, this is, you have 54 in 2020 during COVID, right? But then you only have 17 in 2021, but it's also partially because you have so many shut down and stay closed for many years that even if they didn't declare bankruptcy, they still closed up shop, right? This is specifically bankruptcies being listed here. And I do agree that in 2024, especially as you're coming out of massive COVID hysteria and everything, you are going to see new ones start up. But this is indicative of the current state of the yen, which is leading into the next topic. So, in addition to rising operation costs such as labor and electricity costs, the cost of ramen has also been rising. According to calculations by Teikoku Databank, as of June 2024, the cost of ramen has increased by more than 10% compared to the average in 2022. The prices of ingredients such as pork and back fat have increased by about 20% compared to the previous year. This is like, I mean, all of us know this is happening because we're experiencing it at the grocery store as well.
Yeah,
Along
every
with
time I
other
go to get
ingredients-
back fat, I can't find it. Like it's
Totally,
all
it's
out.
always sold out. Right? Along with other ingredients for ramen, which have risen in price due to poor harvest and the weak yen. Stores that are particular about their soup often heat it 24 hours a day. And the burden of rising utility costs is also heavy on the businesses. In Tokyo, many stores sell ramen for about 1,000 yen a bowl. But stores that continue to offer lower prices, around 600 to 800 yen, have been severely affected by the high prices. The 1,000 yen barrier is seen as an issue in the ramen industry, as unique circumstances make it difficult to raise prices compared to other industries. So why would so many Japanese businesses be struggling right now? I mean, we've already looked at a couple of the issues when it comes to the speculation for increased demand, but why would you feel so much like emboldened to even start a new business, right, in the Japanese market? Well, we saw at the beginning of this month the biggest crash for Japanese stocks since Black Monday 1987. Now, it's somewhat difficult to explain
Is it like the opposite of Black Friday?
I think Black Monday is just what they referred to their stock collapse for. It's yes, sort of. It is the opposite of Black Friday. Yes. Breaking: the Japanese stock market is crashing. Here we go. Stolen elections have consequences. Trading has been halted. Buckle up. It's about to get rough. That is a catastrophic drop in one day. Now, the reason this is occurring is because the Japanese, the banks in Japan had the lowest interest rate in history, even going into the negative on their interest rates for the lending they did. So this has affected not just Japan, but the whole world, because people are taking out loans in yen, converting the yen to a currency they can use, and then now they have to pay back that yen, but the yen is now they've raised the interest rates, the banks have, and the value of, in order to try to restabilize the value of the yen, and it has caused markets all over the world to come crashing down. Japanese stocks have a super run last year. I think it means last year. So across the last year, you can see that it was steady, and then shooting way up. After sleeping for a long time, such a big correction, meaning the crash, is expected. This is true, right? We have a massive problem in the West in that we have quantitative easing in the United States especially, and there is so much manipulation done to the dollar in order to try to prevent exactly what is currently happening in Japan and will soon hit the rest of the world. And the only way to get through this unscathed or relatively unscathed is to just ride it out. But the problem is that we already have cultures with a massive clash. We have in Europe, we have these riots and massive migrant like violence being displayed where, for example, like right now, they have nationalist groups in Europe are creating fake meetup like notices. Like they're gonna protest together, but they're fake. And the intention is that by pretending like you're going to have a meeting to group protest, the police show up to police the protesters. They do not stop the Muslims, but they do stop the natives who are protesting the behavior of the Muslims. So what they've started doing is they're creating fake meetup notices so that the police show up, and then when the Muslims show up to counter protest, but there aren't any protests there, the Muslims end up clashing with the police, who up to this point have done nothing to curb the behavior. And so they're basically forced to contend with it. Like that's how bad shit is getting in Europe right now. Now in the United States, we've seen race riots and shit over 2020. We've just seen a being on the precipice of civil war for such a long time that now when you have a constriction, all of a sudden you constrict the value of the currency and you make it, I mean, we already are looking at a place where the same groceries you bought 4 years ago, you can't even afford anymore because they've accelerated beyond your means from what you're making at your job. Now imagine that you're going to make that 10 times worse and people no longer have options. Imagine what that will do. And I've been talking about this forever on the podcast about like just warning you, like I know it doesn't look like much yet. This is the direction we've been heading in the entire fucking time. Now continuing here.
Always has been.
Breaking Japan. Absolute chaos in Japan as stocks are on track for their biggest decline in more than 8 years after they already suffered their biggest decline in 8 years last Friday. The stock markets are crashing. Japanese stock exchange Nikkei 225 just dropped by a staggering 6%, the largest two-day drop in their history, and the largest drop in over 8 years. This is even a larger drop than the infamous Black Monday crash of 1987. Asian markets across the board are starting to crash, as well as crypto markets, and futures are also looking scary. The U.S. Magnificent Seven stocks erased over $500 billion of market cap in an overnight trading. and over 2.9 trillion has been wiped from major indices and stocks because of fears of a looming global recession, the biggest drop since COVID in 2020. This looks to be the beginning of a possible global crash. It will be. It will be. All of this comes as England slips into civil war, Biden is nowhere to be found, and Iran is getting ready to attack Israel. It seems like they are going for broke before the election. This crash will be worse than 2008 and possibly than the Great Depression. It will make the Great Depression look like a pay raise. Like it is going to make everything you've experienced seem like, it's the meme, this is the worst day of my life. The worst day of your life so far, right? Like this is going to get so fucking ugly. This is not a drill. Buckle up, prepare, and pray. Every crypto went down that day. Bitcoin dropped below 60K. It was holding there pretty good for quite a while. Asian Dow is down. Apocalyptic. Fucking apocalyptic, this chart. Just to reiterate, or I guess this isn't that one, but Warren Buffett now holds $277 billion in cash and has been selling stocks like never before, including Apple. He is getting ready for a crash. Berkshire net purchases.
I would like to point out that
Go ahead.
This is a possible interpretation of events. Another possible interpretation of events is that
selling to buy the dip.
No, worse. Well, selling because he partook in the Japanese carry trade, right?
Yeah.
All the rich people have the know-how to go and take advantage of these schemes where, the yen is, low and the interest rate is so low there. It was like at 0%, right? Or I think they even went negative at one point.
Yeah.
So they put all the money over there and whatever. So Warren Buffett's one of the people that are taking advantage of this. And when the interest rate went up, he would have been, if he took advantage of it, he would have been one of the people that would have had to sell off his ass, the stocks that, his ass. He would have had to sell off the stocks that he bought with that borrowed money. So if someone didn't know that and we're just looking at, Warren Buffett's selling a bunch of stocks, it's like, oh no, what does he know? Well, maybe he's just doing it because he had to do it because of all of it's borrowed on yen, right? So there is another explanation for this.
While I can see where you're coming from with that, I don't think that that's what's happening here, because first of all, I don't believe for 1 second that Warren Buffett wouldn't have gotten tipped off on the Bank of Japan's interest rate hike ahead of time. So I really don't think that that's specifically what is causing this, but it's definitely possible. The end result is the same though. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he knows something. It's the action of doing it makes the situation that much worse. Selling off this degree to 277 billion. I mean, granted, that's probably not the entire amount they sold to get there, but showcasing the staggering rate of increase on their value because of how much they sold. This is their cash value. It's a massive shift. Now, again, just to reiterate, over $2.9 trillion has been wiped out from major indices. I got to go to the Ogloy brand. Wiped out from major indices and stocks this morning due to growing fears of a global recession. This is the worst day for stocks since March 16, 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic fears. Meanwhile, this is Japan right now. Right. Warning, crash alert. This is 1929 versus 2024. Now, I just want to point out, when we covered the assassination attempt on Trump, I shared with you guys a video of a guy predicting the attack on Trump from like a prophetic vision or whatever. It was some pastor, right? And I told you in the full version of that video, he goes on to say that Trump is going to win in November, and America will then go through the worst financial crisis it has ever seen. So if you believe in that stuff, the signs are pointing towards that happening. Just so that we're on the same page here. Crash alert, 1929 versus 2024. I don't know that this predicts. I see this all the time in crypto subreddits and whatnot, where they say like, well, we had that massive jump, and if you squint your eyes, you can see the same pattern. It's like, I don't fucking know. I don't know that this predicts anything. I still think it's going to happen regardless of what this looks like compared to 1929. You know what I mean? But I definitely think that this is going to be a cakewalk compared to what this is about to do. Leverage today has surpassed $1 quadrillion. A deleveraging event would reset the entire global financial system. It's almost like Biden ran on a great reset. Isn't that kind of what he did? Huh. Now, one sector of the stock market is actually doing quite well. War.
Tanga?
Lockheed Martin Corporation. Basically an inverse of the curve we saw going down, right? So people are hedging their bets. Global conflict is coming. And this is the thing about war that people don't understand. Nobody goes to war. Well, okay. Very few. Let me rephrase this. Countries that will win don't go to war just because, man, I fucking hate that other country. God damn them. You know, North Korea excluded, obviously. They're going to, right? But countries don't go to war just because they hate each other. They go to war because there aren't enough resources for their host population to survive without. It's a calculated effort to choose to declare war and infiltrate another country and do what they do in wartime. And right now, people are betting that we're about to need to do that in order to shore up our bets on keeping civil unrest at a good stage in America by sending us to war to divert attention, to divert resources back to us, or whatever it's going to end up being. But this is the future we're looking at. War, and fucking I hope you're growing your own food already, because that's where you're going to be soon. Now, just to get more shit out of my tabs here, Western ambassadors to skip Nagasaki peace ceremony after Israel was not invited. Okay, a little weird here. Just simply because I know who that is, right? Japan is set to host its annual Nagasaki Peace Memorial Ceremony on August 9th. Oh, okay. Like, what the fuck? I have a power strip that's like, I don't know, 3 feet long that just fell off the windowsill. Okay. Anyway, I thought that the standing desk was about to collapse. Where was I? The Western ambassadors have announced that they will not participate because Israeli diplomats were not invited. Nagasaki Mayor Shiro Suzuki stated at a press event last week that the decision not to invite Israel to the increasingly politicized peace ceremony was, quote, not politically motivated, but rather a decision made to avoid possible protests at the ceremony. U.S. Ambassador Rahm Emanuel, you know, like Barack Obama's like best friend, and UK Ambassador Julia Longbottom, great name, ambassadors of 2 major allied powers that worked together to develop the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki, were the first Western ambassadors to announce they would not participate because Israeli diplomats were not invited. I find this hilarious because Rahm Emanuel is the, what is he, the mayor of Chicago, the governor? of Illinois.
Don't
He's the mayor.
remember.
I think he's the mayor of Chicago. I mean, he's Jewish, right? I guess that's part of it. But it's like literally, despite Shapiro being a much better choice for Kamala Harris and a good likelihood of hedging her bets against Trump in Pennsylvania, because that's where he was nearly assassinated, they chose not to choose him as her VP because he's Jewish. And because the Democratic Party largely has a distinct animosity against the Jews right now in favor of the Palestinians, right? So I just find it a little bit strange that Rahm Emanuel is coming out here and saying like, nah, I'm a Jew first, not a Democrat, right? More power to you, I guess. Let's see. They were first ambassadors announced they would not participate because the Israeli diplomats were not invited. While the two ambassadors attended Hiroshima's ceremony earlier this week, their announcement to not attend Nagasaki's peace memorial ceremony was followed by the ambassadors of Canada, France, Italy, and Australia declining to attend the ceremony to show their support of Israel. Now, again, I just want to point out here, this is not those cultures choosing not to on behalf of Israel. Like, oh, well, you didn't invite Israel, fuck you. No, this is those people bending over backwards for Israel to show that for the same reasons. While the two ambassadors attended Hiroshima's ceremony earlier this week.
They attended Hiroshima. Sweet.
I read that. Sorry. It's worth noting that ambassadors from the US, UK, and Canada have opted out of the ceremony, which means that the ambassadors of all three countries that participated in the Manhattan Project won't be attending this year's event. I guess making enemies of those people is going to make it easier to get your emperor and your constitution reformatted back to having the emperor rule, right? Now, I thought this was kind of cringe. Why are they doing this to Japanese children? Why are they doing this to them? They're being, so on the right here, do I have this video in here? I think I might. Yeah, I do.
チームワークでやっていけるっていうところを、今の時期からそれぞれに何かを感じ取った園児たち。興味の深まりとともに。
Anyway,
was
so
that creature with the glasses?
Well, that would be the Jewish rabbi of the synagogue they're in, I'm assuming. How dare you? So yeah, the point is that Japanese school children are made to go to field trips where they visit mosques and Jewish synagogues and are forced to show allegiance and wave the fucking Israeli. What is this? Can you fucking imagine? When I grew up, we pledged allegiance to the flag, you know, the American flag in our school every fucking day. Can you imagine going on a field trip and being forced to hold another country's flag and celebrate another country that you're not a part of? That is fucking suicidal to your culture.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were already doing that with like Ukraine in schools, but hey, I haven't been in school for a good while, so
thank fucking God, right?
You should go back
to school.
Yeah.
So over here we've got Japanese woman waving Palestinian flag confronted by Israeli tourists in Tokyo. Apparently I downloaded that and then forgot to upload it. So let me just upload it real quick.
We need Footnum to go back to school and teach all the kids how to be proper.
How to be based.
Yeah.
He is the youngest one here.
All right, here we go.
What's on the map? What are you fighting for? 76 years of establishment. Palestine doesn't exist. It never will and it never has. It's a fake.
I hate how they're fucking laughing.
So why are you waving the flag?
Why would you talk over that? You missed the part where she goes, Israel is a fake state. Like, I'm so triggered by her waving that flag. Yeah, so then...
it's all performative. The girls are fucking laughing.
You mean these
like
girls? The ones,
yeah.
The Israelis? Yeah.
It's...
I don't think
bullshit.
they're laughing because it's performative. I think they're laughing because they are like beside themselves with being confronted with somebody who disagrees with the existence of their home. right? Similarly, an American student in Japan goes ballistic after seeing someone with a differing opinion to him. So basically, a PhD student assaulted and spitting on a pro-Palestine student on campus, right? Literally, he is shaking, like, how could you support them? Like fucking losing his shit. Anyway,
He also
so
wrecks their headphones.
Yeah. Fucking the derangement syndrome of all of this stuff is getting out of hand. Like people have lost their fucking minds. Anyway, before we go into pickups, let's catch up on chats. I know there's a lot. All right. I should have grabbed this much earlier. Japan should have been openly hostile towards the gaijin.
Japan was an
Well
inside
said.
job.
Openly racist.
Those are gaijin, not Metallica fans. What? As they rather be called Metallica fans.
Okay.
How many times does
Did
he
your
just
programming malfunction? Japan
like
should
you
have
you come out of nowhere with these recurring topics that no one brings up sometimes, like, or sorry, all the times.
Luigi said it, not me. Luigi said it, not me.
That's dirty.
Mass immigration is. Pokemon allowed the gaijin to take over the series, and the sales and reputation have gotten worse. Definitely. When in Japanese history did they oppress the Kurds? Never. I don't believe.
Change Kurds.
Yeah, my thought.
Even corrupting.
Why does it sound like you have chickens clucking behind you?
I thought he was banging.
That was pretty
chicken
hilarious,
back.
Reese. I can't wait till you rewatch this. Did the Japanese have Kurd slavery and Kurd Jim Crow laws? Rip reminds me of my accident. Oh fuck, dude. I hope you were the car that landed on the truck and not the other way around. Bush's docks location. Right? It is a crash. Do not be politically correct. An accident here has to be unfortunate, like something from nature. Okay.
I mean, to be fair to that guy, the dumbass, I don't think he intended to crash it.
Yeah, I just think the reckless, but there is a recurring theme of recklessness in Japan, or just generally people who they're. If you like, you remember in the movie Fight Club how they squat in that house, right? And they treat the neighborhood like shit, right? They hit golf balls off of the thing and hit cars. You know, they finish drinking the beer bottle and throw it in the street. You know, if you did not earn something, if you did not build something, you don't respect it. When something is given to you, it doesn't hold the same meaning as having to work and earn it, right? And therefore, like, for example, my car out front is a piece of shit. It was a gift from my in-laws once upon a time, and I don't bother to keep it, you know, in perfect working order. I allocate my resources in other places. But if it was a car that I, you know, worked, you know, 3 years to pay off, I would treat it very differently. You know, I mean, partially my kids are impossible to control, and they've like wrecked one of the doors malfunctions half the time, right? So I guess it's like one of those things where it's already gotten to be so bad that you just can't be bothered to try to save something that's already destroyed. I don't know about that. The Japanese own Japan. Saying otherwise is like saying the U.S. owns Africa. I mean, the U.S. does own Africa, but we let the people stay. Europeans own Africa. They're at war with France right now for their independence. Boo Radley, you mean the guy from
To Kill Mockingbird?
Only the U.S. can be the melting pot of cultures. I agree. See, and that's the thing. The U.S.'s unique culture is being the melting pot. Other cultures that attempt to become a melting pot are just giving up their culture, right? The distinct, and that was originally the bring us your poor, your huddle man, all that. Like that was people showing up. Yeah, they brought their culture with them, but in coming, they also adopted American culture, you know, freedom and hard work and all the things that really,
freedom, guns, titties, barbecues, and burgers.
Of course.
They didn't have titties in their country? Whoa.
This is the future they want for you. No titties. Fight back now. The UK will regret their license in letting the criminal aliens take over the UK. I mean, nobody who lives in the UK really wants what's occurring there. They live in a tyrannical state. Well, you don't need guns if the population is disarmed. They have guns in Sweden, so the immigrants use grenades. Yep. Can immigrants vote in Japan? I'm not sure.
Immigrants in any country shouldn't be allowed to vote in that.
I 100% agree with that sentiment because the reason that the Roman Empire. Well, okay, there's a very long history for why the Roman Empire fell, but one of the most like crucial errors in judgment was cultures get to the point where they import foreigners to do jobs the host population doesn't want to do, right? So in the case of the Kurds in Japan, they're talking about the demolition industry and whatnot. That's part of it. It's not just that they don't want to do it, but it's like you won't be able to do it because you can pay somebody else to do it less. Like that's kind of like the shifting dynamic that occurs there. But what the Romans ended up doing is they started to outsource their military. So the people who were meant to defend Rome from invaders didn't actually hold a strong allegiance to Rome. So when the invaders came and the barbarians crossed the barriers, all of a sudden they said, yeah, fuck this, dropped their spears and ran, right? Like, fuck it. I'm not fighting and dying.
So you're saying that's like how Yasuke didn't commit seppuku because he wasn't adopted of the samurai.
Yes, 100%, right? Dressing up as a samurai is not the same thing as becoming samurai. It's not the same thing, right? I say this all the fucking time. If you magically snapped your fingers and every person in Japan was swapped with every person in Mexico, Japan ceases to be Japan instantaneously. Mexico ceases to be Mexico instantaneously. Overnight, it changes. So you can't just imagine that, you know, it's going to
then Mexico prospers in 10 years because they rebuilt it to New Japan.
All of a sudden, America's got a big problem where they can't import, they can no longer import their voters as easily for the Democrats. Right? The UK banning knives while bankrupt restaurants. No, that's not how that works. The emperor needs to make Japan Japan. The emperor doesn't do shit. Or the emperor was based, raised interest rates, and unchained the market. Honestly, it's not too late to save civilization, right? Like right now, we exist in a time where they have been for like 50 plus years, like aggressively. I would say even 110 years, 111 almost. They've been aggressively dismantling culture around the world, right? The purpose of what they're doing is to lower everybody to the same level, right? If you import the third world into the first world, it ceases to be the first world, right? By bringing everybody down, yeah, you increase the living, you increase the quality of life in some really fucking awful places. But you're actually bringing the rest of the places down, and then you meet at that level in order to make it easier to control. By losing allegiance to the culture, right, you actually dismantle a person's will to fight, because what are you fighting for at that point? You lost everything, and it was taken from you in such minor amounts that you didn't notice until it was gone. Like, that's been the effort this entire time. it is not too late to recover, but it's going to take dramatic shifts. And the problem is the will of the people largely is not there in most countries. America, I think, is pretty unique in the sense that because the melting pot is our culture, and because so many of the people of every race, color, and creed in America still believe in the American spirit, I think we have the greatest chance in America to ride this out. I think everywhere else is practically just fucked. Like, you can't. It's gonna like, things have to get uglier at a rate so fast that it whiplashes everybody awake for them to then make some hard decisions to correct course. And it's not going to be pretty. I am going to skip over comments about
Random 11, what's the timestamp called Doomsday? Chapter 69.
Demand says anime and manga should be anime and manga as they are. Okay, yes, I know. Japanese don't grow rice now that they can't even make ramen. That they can't. Okay. Soon they'll start selling burgers and apple pie. Okay. War is the health of the state. The U.S. is rich in natural and human resources, though they're intentionally not exploiting them. Yes. Watch that change in January. If you are obese, you technically carry around your emergency. Well, I hope that works out for you. I can't click on this next.
It can only last for maybe 2 weeks. I mean,
this comment. Okay, there it goes. That was weird. Japanese kids should be taught to respect the Shinto. Nexi says this makes me fucking sick. Yeah, it's awful, dude. Rip Abe. Yes, rip Shinzo Abe. Totally agree. You know, we joked when the assassin attempted to kill Trump that what caused him to turn his head was a whisper from Shinzo Abe in the sky, right? But make no mistake, everything that happened at that rally was allowed to happen. Everything that happened to Shinzo Abe, I would argue, was allowed to happen. Notice they protest in English. Japan should be Japan. Okay, figure too bad. You are giving the Gaijin way too much benefit of the doubt. Gaijin should be deported. See, I see it like this. Much like how I am, as an American, perfectly willing to have people from any place on earth come and live in America, so long as you embrace being an American and not
coming
trying
through the front door.
Yeah, and coming through legally and all that stuff. Like, as long as that is, your motive and expectation for coming here, like, I'm totally cool with calling you my neighbor. Right?
Yeah, they shouldn't just inherently be deported if they're a gaijin, but they shouldn't have been able to get in as easily as they did because they clearly don't respect anything.
This is the thing. Japanese is very hard to learn. Not just the language verbally, but like all the kanji and whatnot. Like, Japan has a natural defense to some of the cultures that are polluting it right now because it is so difficult to live there without tremendous effort. Especially as an adult trying to learn 20,000 kanji, like, fucking forget it. It's not going to happen. Problem with that is that also creates like an animosity towards the host population over the frustration you feel not being able to get ahead in a place because it has this hurdle that is so difficult to get over. Speaking to the choir here, Japan should remain Japan. DEI equals didn't earn it. AC's DEI card. Yep, I didn't earn it. U.S. is losing titties right now. Yes, I know that's what you meant. U.S. is trying to get immigrants to vote. Yeah, to become an idiocracy instead of a democracy. All right, that's why people should be background checked in ways. I heard the Japanese are nice to U.S. people as a trap into making the later respect the former. I just think, let me put it this way. Nearly every massive societal problem in modern time is created through government or entities with government level power attempting to control the market, right? Like in the real world, you don't get to hold up the market when something is happening, right? Like when the 08 financial collapse happened in America and we bailed out the banks, that was a fucking mistake. Let them fail. It's the only way to correct the problem. Instead, the problem we're experiencing now is largely due to the fact that we bailed out the banks in 2008. Like all we've done is put a Band-Aid on the problem and make it worse, exponentially worse as time goes on, to the point where now nobody can afford fucking anything. And pretty soon, once you can't afford anything, you think you're just going to like roll over and die of starvation? Or do you think crime will start to dramatically increase as people start killing each other for food or robbing from stores, right? Once all the stores have been robbed and there's no more food in them because people, as we saw with COVID, can't be bothered to buy just the amount of toilet paper that they need, what do you think is going to fucking happen? Like the world is going to be upside down. It's going to be an absolute disaster in the very fucking near future. I say again, if you have not yet, get yourself some like storable food, canned food, you know, like rations and shit. Like get yourself something and start growing your own. That is what it's going to take to weather this storm.
Do not make unnecessary journeys. Don't go swimming. Have you seen that clip?
No, I have not.
No.
All right, so let's go back to pickups. You guys want? Who's got pickups?
We've got I've got a pickup in pickups, so I don't have a camera right now. So
that's right. I'm going to do pickups because all right, I want to rewind a little bit here. Do you guys recall a couple of weeks ago, 10 to 12 weeks ago, I started podcasting from the pod?
Yes.
Yes, we recall.
You recall that right as that occurred, my Nintendo Switch broke. Right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
At some point, I recall your Switch breaking.
You remember all of a sudden, as we had to move everything out of the house, it became apparent this ain't charging anymore, and it's now dead. The next day, wouldn't you fucking know what arrived at my house? Sea of Stars for Nintendo Switch. I got 2 copies.
Times 2.
Fucking hell. Should have got a PS5.
Has your brother-in-law figured out what's going on with the Switch?
We haven't even touched it. I don't even know where the Switch is right now. At this point, I'm just going to buy a new one and say, that's your Switch, kids. This is my Switch. But our Switch doesn't work. Exactly.
Learn, was it a circuit board level repair, kids?
Right.
I'm saying if you can find it, just send it. Nintendo has a repair thing that you can send it in, but it's obviously past warranty now. But
so
no, Nuxie, it's good, but the story sucks balls.
I think I verbalized that I got some of these in one podcast, but I'm just going to show you so I can know that I've done them. My Home Hero. Oh no, why are you stuck?
My Homo Hero.
That's what she said.
Saving 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement. Watch Club win. Can't wait.
When I get 80,000 gold, I guess.
When you retire.
Dead Mount Death Play Part 1. I have doomed myself to have to get Part 2, I guess. And then, I don't know why I bought this, but Kamikatsu, Working for God in a Godless World. Okay. That's an interesting noise.
Yeah, what are you having sex with, Reese?
It's the washing machine literally behind the door right behind me.
So that's what gets you.
And then Mob Psycho 100 Part 3.
How
Sans
thick
Kyle
is it? Give it.
McCartney. It's about the size of the other ones, I think.
Okay.
Not sure. It's been a while since I saw them.
I wasn't sure if they were going to mess things up.
Now, I also, right before everything went to shit at my house, I bought what probably wouldn't help you to see that. It is a PlayStation to HDMI converter. So one of those bad boys.
Oh,
that goes
like
in,
original
right?
PlayStation.
Yeah.
I was like, what? But it already has HDMI.
Yeah,
Oh.
because
it's called HDMI to HDMI.
At the time, I was intending to play Silent Hill, and like the old, versions before the remake came out. That was my intention, but then it just became like no fucking gaming happens in my house because, quite frankly, my room is so filled up with shit over like having to get everything out of the downstairs that, quite frankly, like I get home from work and I put my backpack on my bed. And it's like, I'm already so cramped. I don't want my kids in this room. I don't want them climbing on the bed and watching me play video. I don't even want to play video games. I hate being here in this room. So I haven't obviously not done that. Now, I did pre-order the Silent Hill remake. It comes out on my wife's birthday in October. And when I was doing that, they had like a lot of people order these, and it was Silent Hill 2 remake, Metal Gear Delta, and I was like, yeah, fuck, I'll pre-order that too. And then as I was doing that, I just I saw some other stuff, so I picked up Madison Possessed Edition. It's basically another survival horror thing. I bought it because it was like $13 and it said only 2 left in stock or whatever. So I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll get it. Anyway, those are my pickups. Let us jump to the next round of pickups. Putnam picked up some Gundam.
And one Kogias, which is the Lancelot at the top, because
one nightmare frame.
Because they were doing like premium Bandai, they have like their, I don't know if it's monthly or weekly, like, oh, we got a new exclusive item type thing. And at some point a few years ago, they had a Lancelot, and I'm like, damn, that's actually pretty cool. So I got one, and I got all of this through Bai Yi. Man, that might have been a mistake. All the shipping fees and stuff.
Bai Yi, that's like eBay or eBay, right?
No, it's like Zen Market, which is a proxy shipping site. So basically, you buy the stuff from Japan's Yahoo auctions, which is basically eBay.
Mm-hmm.
And they do all the dirty work for you or whatever. And so usually you get all the stuff cheap, which is usually expensive on Amazon.co, or if you're trying to get on eBay without Bai. And then they have a lot of shipping, apparently, because they calculate the shipping after, like, you decide, okay, all these items I won, put them in a box, and then send them to me. It's still technically cheaper than if I were to buy them, but it's still just like, ugh. It was not. It was not a pleasant surprise.
I was telling Foot, no, yeah, it's like $20. You'll be fine. I'm like, oh no, it was way more than that.
So yeah, but anyway, yeah, the blue Zagok in the middle. For some reason, that one's so much harder to find than the Shars Zagok. Shars cock? No. Yeah, Shars Zagok. So yeah, I was happy to get that one. The one on the bottom right is like an alternate color of the F90 Gundam, but the F90 Gundam is premium Bandai exclusive anyway, so I basically have a exclusive or whatever. I just got it because it was like
F91.
F90, which apparently is from a manga. So I'm like, okay, I'll take it. It looked cool. This one's purple and black and stuff instead of the typical Gundam colors. And then the full armored unicorn was like, because all of these were auctions, right? So I looked at, like, some guy had a ton of Gundam kits, and I just bid on, like, I don't know, 10 of them. And those were the ones that seemed to stick. So I'm like, okay. And then you'll see on the next slide, please. I got
I wish you had told me you wanted that because I have that and could have sent it to you.
Which
Gundam
that?
Thunderbolt Bandit Flower.
4K?
Did that just come out?
No, this is years ago.
Yeah,
you got the 4K?
I think I do. I bought it before it got released over here. But this is Bandit Flower's the second one, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the other one, I think.
So
if you need the other one.
No, I have December Flower. I got that because I got that one because it was like the first 4K, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Bandit Flower came out sometime after, but it was always like $100 or whatever, right? And I'm like, that's stupid. So I'm like, wait, while I'm on here, why don't I just finish off the 4K Gundams that have English dub on them anyway? Because the other ones don't. So I'm like, well, that would be stupid. So I got.
Have you watched
Bandit Flower?
Thunderbolt?
I've watched the first one and I hated it. So I don't have high hopes for this one. NT, you said sucked ass, right?
Oh fuck, dude! Real quick about Thunderbolt. Did you see them use the sword in a unconventional way in the version you saw so far?
I really don't remember anything besides all the PTSD like moments.
Okay, I think it might be in Bandit Flower that they do it, and that's the reason that I love Gundam Thunderbolt is for that one scene. So,
wow, yeah, you know that one scene saved the entire thing, even though the rest of it was like, why am I watching this anyway? So yeah, there you go. Got more. Okay,
Gundam NT was difficult for me to get through for reasons that, honestly, when I recorded it with Duo, I let him give his spiel on what he thought of the movie, and I said, "All right, I hope you got that out of your system because I'm about to derail this whole thing." And I basically ranted for like 40 fucking minutes about how I go to see movies and stuff like to get away from like the real world, and I felt like this was inserting like this New World Order like agenda stuff. So on the nose that I was mad while I was watching it. And I'll just say that when I recorded it, real quick, when I recorded it, I said to Duo, like, this is never going to see the light of day because I'm going to derail it right now, right? But I'll be honest, I think YouTube has gotten to the point where they would now embrace the takes that I had. So it might see the light of day.
Hey, you never know.
The world has moved in the direction of where I was 10 years ago.
So yeah, I agree with you that it's like, oh, I want to escape or whatever, which is why I hated Thunderbolt, because it's all this PTSD crap, and I'm like, I feel awful just watching all of this. Yeah. Like, but
so what I mean by that, real quick, is that in the
I know what
West,
you're talking about, like injecting.
No, it's not just injecting. It's like a subtextual, predictive programming type, inserting, agenda. Not just like the obvious like woke agenda now, but like this New World Order agenda from back in the day. Like part of the reason I went into anime was because I could enjoy it without being beat over the head with like this New World Order crap, right? And Gundam NT, like literally all the shit that they do in that is basically the origin story of what the elites believe and operate their entire like UN agenda shit off of the belief that mankind was seated and on Earth and just all sorts of shit that I was like, fuck, man, I can't escape it here. Like it seemed like it was written by Western writers inserting esoteric Illuminati style shit.
Which, by the way, if you look at the cover as well, you'll notice that the three of those characters are in the weirdest, like, conglomeration ever. It's like, what the hell are they doing?
Like, what the fuck is his leg?
I don't see them pulling that off in the show for any contextual reason? Like,
I don't think it happened in the show.
I
honestly, I don't even
assume.
remember specifically what the thing in the show was that irritated me so much, but I do remember
the character designs also look pretty bad. Like at least,
they're
actually
pretty awful.
kind of all of them.
But the thing I do remember is that I knew right away if I ever put this out as a first impression that my after the film clip was just going to be the clip of Alex Jones on Joe Rogan explaining the Elite's viewpoint and overlaying footage from the movie, because it's exactly the fucking shit that happened in the movie, to the point where there's like a popular video where they took that rant and said Alex Jones explains the plot of Neon Genesis Evangelion, right? I was basically just going to do that because that's what the fucking thing did.
Right. I also learned that
Freedom movie was good. The movie ended in sex. You could say there was a climax.
Oh god.
The finisher.
Where was it going with this? Oh yeah, I learned that my TV's brightness has been on 50 since forever. So that's why, like, I think that's why some of these 4K Blu-rays that I put in look dim or something like that. Like the whites aren't white. I mean, there's a lot of good color depth, but yes, the whites aren't white.
The whites aren't white enough. God damn it!
They look a bit more Asian than they should be. No, I'm kidding. But so anyway, long story short, I cranked the brightness to 100. It solved the whites thing, but it made all the blacks like super light. So what I did is I set to 60%.
I was gonna say, so what you're saying is that for the whites to reach their full potential, it has to come at the sacrifice of the blacks.
I think it was more the sacrifice of the whites because I put it to 60%. So we can retain the blacks. And honestly, that looks like a pretty decent improvement. So you learn something. Because I think my TV is only rated for HDR 400 or something when it's supposed to be like 1,000 nits for like actual HDR. So I'm like, well, this is AIDS. But at least my TV's not broke. Well, sorry, it's not my TV that's not broken. I'm just not tripping balls. It's not the Blu-ray that's authored bad. And then the next slide.
Oh, is there another? Oh, cool.
I kind of typed in the keyword Wojcicki, and I'm like, oh my god, that art book $10. that art book's $10.
Hard and I was like, yes, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart.
So Randy previously was talking about like Warren Buffett needing to pay off or sell off the stocks bought with the yen and everything. And he's saying like, no, he didn't see it coming. He didn't know, right? But clearly, if Putnam could see the destruction of the yen coming, clearly Warren Buffett could as well.
You got a point there. So was it
just in time?
Yeah, like literally with that when you shared the yen article or whatever, I was like, damn, I just bought a bunch of crap from Japan and it was like less than the Canadian dollar or whatever. So I'm like, damn. Son. So, but what is it? The art book, $10. The booklet was like $1.50. And both of those manga volumes were like $2.50 each. It came with the dust cover and with the obi slip. Like, this is just normal Japanese. This is like the normal Japanese level of care that they seem to put in everything. Even though
he's saying that he bought a used book and it still has everything that it originally came with. So
and it's in immaculate condition because Japanese people just seem to work that way. The art book has an obi strip too.
Is this obi strip?
Watch pages are glued together.
Is this obi strip printed with a transparency, or are they doing like? I guess it's got to just be a transparency, right? For a second there, I thought that they printed like an X-ray for the clothing or whatever on it.
I don't think it's transparent or whatever. That's just printed on it.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Because it looks like it lines up pretty
Perfectly.
decent. I guess it's because it's got the...
Yeah, because they didn't want to like completely block the cover.
Yeah, so if you pulled this down all the way and lined it up that part to there, then I guess I guess that makes more sense.
That's how the Obi strip on the art book works, is that they just printed it so there's like a lighter version of what's underneath it. But anyway, and then there's the visual, what is that called? The visual guide or whatever, which turns out was a waste of money. Like it was $1.50 as well. But I'm pretty sure all of the pictures that are in that are in the art book, and the art book's bigger. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. So I just shoved it in the book. But those two manga volumes, by the way, it says Mayo, I think. Like it's literally like spelt the same way, Mayo or whatever. But
Mayo.
One is like
Mayo
hiragana.
Chiki. Yeah. Hiragana and katakana.
Yeah. So maybe one is Mayo, like Mayo.
Yeah,
but either way, this is a spin-off manga that only had 2 volumes for some reasson.
Did this not get released over here?
No, in fact, you can't even find a scanslation of it. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna buy this then. So that was cool. And then the next slide, and there are some trading cards, which you can see the two extra rare ones in the Velvet Room if you'd like. Yeah, I was kind of surprised they actually made this on trading cards. You know how we joked about like the more rare the card is, the more naked it gets. I feel like they kind of did that here, except it's not.
Join our Discord to find out.
Yeah, join our Discord. But I don't think they're separate cards or whatever. But anyway, yeah, once again, these were all like probably like $2 or something. Oh yeah, the reason I hated Bai is because there's like a fee on each of the. I mean, all proxy shipping services do this, but they had a fee, and they basically automatically opted you into, if you want inspection and verification or whatever the hell, insurance for 500 yen. So these $2 cards, if I opted in for that and kept it, it would have been like $7 a card. And I'm like, screw that. So I turned it, like disabled that. But and they were all from the same seller, but instead of converging them into one fee, it's like 300 yen per thing. So I was like, great. Oh, $5 a card. Anyway, I believe that's all my pickups.
No, fuck. Sorry. I'm trying to pin the comment, but I'm not logged in as the right.
Oh, you're not frantically just like, oh damn it, I'm still looking at that image in the Velvet Room. Oh.
I am looking at the image in the Velvet Room. I just don't. I'm just distracted by green lines.
Which one? Oh, the ones that I posted in the Velvet Room. Yeah.
YouTube's laid it like the way that they load it. It's like, yeah, the last thing we're gonna load is the comments or the chat, right? Anyway, so here I am. Green line says.
Yeah, where's the other one?
Where are the other cards?
Because I knew about his card purchases.
Seb says, I have the same NT 4K. Will you rip it and add subs to it or watch Raw like me?
Well, clearly he doesn't have the same.
Oh, no. Oh. He watched it Raw for no reason.
well, yeah. If he has the same one, then he didn't have to do it. I mean, he likes to watch Japanese.
Wow.
Nice save.
Okay.
Whoops.
Next, you picked up Suzume and the Boy and the Heron. Wow.
Is that the sequel to just The Boy and the Heron? Suzume and the Boy and the Heron? Oh.
Yeah. Mega Mug picked up Bamboo Blade. Awesome. Ghost in the Shell Blu-ray. I'm so sorry for you. Wait, is this Solid State Society?
Yeah,
It is. You don't have to
Okay,
feel too sorry.
You're
for
okay.
him.
You're okay. That's a great movie.
Yeah, you're
I hope
safe.
you
You're
enjoy
safe.
it. And then 2 volumes, or are these 2 parts of Mobile Suit Gundam?
I have a bad feeling they're the volumes.
I don't think so. This says
It's not
DVD
the
box
movies,
set.
I don't think.
This says clearance DVD box set. I don't know. Let us know, Megan.
I'm pretty sure this season's only came in like the Anime Legends though for Bandai.
Maybe. Randy.
Would you like to describe the next phallic object in your collection for us?
I got
Would you like to explain the next
Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom soundtrack collector's edition or limited edition, whatever. Anyway, it comes with this USB-A. Yeah, it had like 15 songs on it. There
Was
were
it at least high res audio?
Yeah, 5.1 FLAC audio on there.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yep, 9 CDs of OST music. So
9?
Yeah,
That's how much music is in Tears of the Kingdom?
Dude, the game is fucking huge.
That doesn't mean the soundtrack's huge.
They have different music for like every area.
yeah. I think a lot of the songs are very similar, so it's not like each CD has wholly separate songs, but like 9 CDs. It is a lot of music.
It's Zelda getting pegged scene version 1, and then Zelda getting pegged by Ganon version 1.
Zelda getting pegged, huh?
And then
Yeah,
Link getting pegged
sure.
by Zelda, and then Link getting reamed by Ganon.
Zelda getting pegged is just normal sex. That's what we call normal sex, I guess.
Well, no. Someone could have put a strap on and pegged Zelda instead. You never know.
That's like more fun because it's going to both.
Yeah. So it would be Zelda getting pegged, and then Zelda getting pegged Climax Edition, and then Zelda getting pegged After Edition. So 3 songs.
Post Nut Clarity Edition.
I need to
getting the sloppy seconds.
This is why I'm not in a hurry to fix the Switch for my kids to go back to playing Zelda.
I've heard of the infamous pegging orgy that happens later on.
From Reese.
Yep.
Is that the edit you were so repulsed by?
Yeah.
It was.
I initially the edit before the show, to fill in the audience, Greenline had asked me to do an edit on this photo.
Now I don't understand why he didn't ask Putnam or me.
Right. I thought Randy would do it. I could have asked you. I thought you were busy with articles.
Put it up in paint and just covered over the sticky note.
Yeah, but I thought this was funnier.
Yeah. So there used to be a stick-it note there with Reese's name.
A dick pic.
Yeah.
What I thought it was. What I thought it was is Discotheque. Well, actually, more Animego has a thing where you take a photo of the disc and to prove that you own it to get half off. So I thought Greenline was going to ask me, "Can you Photoshop my name onto the stick-it note so that I could get a free half off coupon?" And I was like, "No, there's no way I can condone this illegality."
Why would I do that when I already have it?
That's what I said. I said, even in the call, I said, you have your own. You can do it yourself. I thought you were just being lazy.
Why did you just take another picture of it? Like,
yeah, the reason I had him Photoshop it for the.
Well, I didn't know he had this when he sent me the photo, Reese.
Yeah, because it wasn't in the context of it being in the pickups channel until he got it and posted it.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's why I said what I said. And then when it was
from Reese,
when it became apparent.
I'm just saying, I sold it to Greenline, and then literally the day he got it, Anime Go announced, "Oh, hey, we got this replacement program."
It was like,
fortunately,
Greenline.
See, so what it is here is that what Greenline really wanted was to make sure you didn't get the discount by not posting it with your name as a way to get the image.
Now, to be fair, you get a bigger box.
Yeah, I get a bigger box.
You get a booklet and the soundtrack CD.
Yeah, so. And then I got Juvia, yet another bunny. So.
Have you been watching
Not tired of bunnies yet, huh?
Is that one 1/4 scale?
Yes, it is.
So that topic I said we should do as our next isekai discussion. I think we need to bring bunnies into it.
Yeah. What?
Are bunny girls bestiality?
Are bunny girls better than?
oh, just like is Angelomon bestiality?
I choose not to think of such things.
You don't want to have that post-nut regret.
When she when she de-evolves, it's like, oh no, what have I done?
Right away afterwards, she's done and she's back to salmon or whatever.
Oh God, no! You finish inside cream pie and then it turns back into a cat. Oh God! You're tripping.
That's a trap.
She finishes before you do, and you're still.
You guys are gross.
And you just shoot the cat across the room.
I disavow completely. You guys are gross.
The dick is so good, she reverts back into an egg.
To finish the job.
And then to which it's fertilized, and she instantly digivolves.
Oh God. All right. Let's talk about the Olympics. F2P free-to-play Ojisan, who captured the hearts of Japanese. So I'm sure you've seen the memes by now, right?
Yeah.
Almost
So
looks
what
like
is the sport? Just competitive shooting? Is that like the official title?
Competitive murder.
Air rifle.
Yeah. So basically, people dress in ridiculous like homemade gear in order to, stabilize and improve. I mean, like they've got the big ass earmuff kind of like hearing protection, right? He shows up, he puts in like, Home Depot level earplugs, doesn't wear anything but his normal glasses and walks away with silver.
Hands in his pocket.
Also,
playing pocket pool the whole time.
Yeah, I haven't seen the clip, but I hear that he instinctively, after he's done, he wipes his prints off of the gun.
I don't think he does that.
That's like, what was it? Muscle memory? Right? Every job.
It was a team thing though, right?
Yeah. So the idea is he the reason that him and his team got silver, or did he get gold and his teammate brought them down to silver? Right.
Yeah.
So Olympics fever is out in full force, but one particular male contestant from Turkey took the rest of the world, and particularly Japan, as the F2P Ojisan, free to play, by storm. Airsoft shooting silver medalist Yusuf Dikic, nice, whose lack of specialized gear helped him perfectly fit the nonchalant assassin look. Dikic is actually a retired army member who has actually won multiple shooting competitions in Europe in the past. Though this was only found out by the majority after his first and so far only outing at Paris 2024. Compared to his opponents with specialized eyewear to help focus, Dikic's natural posture and simple earplugs as his only equipment turned him into a viral sensation in Japan, earning him the nickname Free-to-Play Ojisan, referring to the difference between his common rarity gear and his opponent's pay-to-win gear. Japanese people also fell in love with Dikic's gap moe of being a cat lover and his nonchalant shooting pose also drew comparisons to City Hunter's Ryo Saiba, who was also seen shooting with a hand in his pocket, which turned out to not only be a cool position pose. That's what he posed. Not only be a cool pose, but also standard in the world of shooting.
No, that's cool. Piece of shit.
Right. Dickick inspired tons of fan art from new fans in Japan. So this was like another. This is the person who took home the gold, right?
I don't know.
I think so.
I think there was another one who looked just like that one.
Monster?
There were a few people. This person was like memed first. Because that meme went around first, and then the turkey guy went.
Yeah.
Different.
I saw the first time I saw this person. I saw it on a tweet that said, "This is the definition of main character, right, or whatever."
Yeah.
Like main character syndrome. They nonchalantly walk up, take the shot, and leave, or whatever.
Yeah.
And
there was also
fucking hold my beer, right?
When I first saw the a picture of this guy, I thought that there was like a guy, like a terrorism act that I was about to watch. Let's put it that way.
There's also different events.
Dude, it's Reese.
It's
So
Sakamoto.
there was the duo where he was in, but he also took place in the singles. But I think he only got 15th on the singles. But my understanding is that he did score higher than his teammate on the doubles, so he just had a bad day on the singles, I guess. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. But so that girl, or I think it was a girl, the other person that was being memed, could have been from the singles, or like earlier in the week, and then later in the week they did the doubles, and then that's when people noticed him. That one's good.
This one's less memeing him and more memeing the other guy.
Yeah, well, meme both of them.
Right.
The really annoying thing was I was trying to look up like the scores and stuff, and everyone's talking about the meme now, and it was and so it was impossible to actually figure out how well he scored, like where his shots were and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now that looks like the terrorist one.
That's frameable right there.
Right. He's got this framed in his house, you know. Kids are waving to me from outside because I'm facing the window now. All right. Anyway, so this is the Korean woman. Console players with aim assist, PC gamers, mouse and keyboard. Right. Anime Olympic shooting styles: Trigun, Cowboy Bebop, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
I don't know what's going on with that guy's back. Like, why is he?
That is so bad for your back.
There's got to be another way to go about that.
If I compiled the collection of poses I've come across on my home tab, it would look like an anime poster. And then the last one here, the new Japanese anime is going to be epic. I'll get him. Give me a sec. Too slow, kid. Oh, man. All right. Okay. As punishment for boyfriend pics, idol singer to post good night photos of herself alone for 1 year.
Wow.
Momoka Tojo apologizes to fans, other members, after mistakenly shared birthday photos.
If she really wanted to apologize, she'd just break up with him so I could coom.
Right. So in Japan, there's an unwritten rule that idols can't date.
You think it's Japan? That's Twitch as well.
Well, the reason for it is that
your coomers and gooners aren't going to be your fans anymore.
You need to keep up the perception that your fans might
have
one
a
day
chance.
meet you and become your boyfriend. Otherwise, what's the point of simping if there's no actual chance, right?
What's the point of your 40-hour goon session?
Why, if you simp after a girl who has a boyfriend, you're just a cuck, right? Like,
no, there's a chance. You could be a homewrecker. Come on.
So as summer started, things were on an upswing for Momoka Tojo. In June, she became a member of idol singer group Kadokoto Bank. And in July, she celebrated her 20th birthday, traditionally considered the start of adult life in Japanese society, though legal adulthood in the country actually begins at 18. Quote, last chance to see teenage me, posted Tojo to her Twitter account on July 22nd, the day before her birthday. A few days later, on July 26th, Momoka posted photos from her birthday celebration, showing
with
her
a massive
eating cake.
cock in her mouth. Oh no!
Showing her eating cake and posing with balloons of the number 20. That's not out of the ordinary in today's social media infused idol community. But what was unusual was that the photos weren't of Momoka alone, but of her celebrating with a young man, and it was just the two of them celebrating. Who took?
I swear it's my brother. So incest.
It's long been the norm for idol unit management and talent agencies to prohibit, or at least strongly discourage, performing idols from dating, either through explicit contract clauses or through less direct forms of pressure. Okay, I would like to point something out real quick. Idol ordered to pay management company 650,000 yen after going to hotel with male fan. If anything, you should give her a raise because she has just shown all the simps you could fuck her, right? Like, it is a possibility, right? Like, she's willing to go to a love hotel with a fan. That means there is a chance, right?
See?
Yeah.
Maybe she'll also cheat on her husband when she's married. Maybe.
Dude, I have a great idea. She should make an OnlyFans and then show everyone that they have a chance by all the guys she plows.
Goons are
that'll
awesome,
totally
man.
work.
After the photos began to attract attention online, Momoka deleted her post, which contained the images, and the Kadokoto Bank official Twitter account issued a statement the next day, which includes an unorthodox punishment that has been placed on Momoka, in which she will now post a good night photo of herself alone every night for an entire year. You know what? I just think that
when was
they
this
should have
article?
A ceremony. They should have
This
a ceremony
article
5 days ago.
We have to find.
Follow
There's
it.
5 photos.
Yeah. right.
Just watch. If I were her, what I would do is I'd get my boyfriend to take the picture of me alone, right?
I just trying to read it without actually reading the Japanese, and I say, "Don't worry, I'm not with my boyfriend. And the last penis I saw, I cut off." Right?
Are those examples of the photos that she's taking? Oh, it's not even her in a bed or anything. It's just a random photo of her. What the?
Yeah.
the fuck
I was
is
going to
that?
say that, like, if they really wanted to punish her, what they need to do is have a ceremony where she shows up in like a school swimsuit or whatever, like, you know, clothed, and they put on like a medieval chastity device on her, right? For 1 year. You know, like
what needs to happen though, her boyfriend takes the photo, so clearly someone else is involved. Then on the bed there's inconspicuous stains.
It's gonna be like it's gonna here, okay, fuck it, we'll do it.
What? She looks like she wants to die.
Zoom and enhance. Oh, is that a selfie or is there a person taking her
Is that
photo?
double eyelid surgery?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's gonna be honestly. I mean, I don't want to contribute to her horrible treatment and everything, but I think it would be really funny to keep following up, you know, every day and find out if ever she slips up and there is a guy in the reflection of her eyes or whatever. Right. She's taking it with a pretty shit phone, even though the image is enormous. Looks a bit fat there. All right, let's keep going. I gotta know. After the photos began to attract attention online, Momoka deleted her post, which contained the images. So they're referring to the photos of her with her boyfriend. And the Karakoto Bank official account. Oh, I already read this. They gave her the punishment. Sorry. The statement says, quote, before going to bed last night, Momoka Tojo mistakenly posted photos of herself and a man who could be seen as her boyfriend. Through a thorough fact-checking investigation conducted by management, it has been determined that she is currently dating him and that her boyfriend is a person from outside the entertainment industry. We have cautioned her that this is, quote, unthinkable conduct, showing a lack of mindfulness as an idol. And after, it's like, what? It's like,
how dare you have a boyfriend?
Put this in another context. This is an unthinkable conduct showing lack of mindfulness as a nun, right? Like, there's like there's very few professions for which you'd be like, all right, that is a kind of an appropriate statement, right?
Let's just put it this way. The thing is, if you're an attractive and mildly not even popular woman, like, men will crawl to you at some point. You have the choice for the picking. It would be more shocking if she didn't have a boyfriend, especially if you're a famous idol.
Yes. I think the sentiment, though, is it's the idea that either there's a possibility I could get with her, or she's so above everybody else that she remains chaste forever because no man is good enough. You know, like. So it says here, we have cautioned her this is unthinkable conduct, showing a lack of mindfulness as an idol. And after discussing the matter together, the following course of action has been decided on. 1. Moving forward, Momoka Tojo will maintain a measure of distance from her boyfriend.
We mandated a restraining order from your own boyfriend.
So what you're saying is you've just turned it into a long-distance relationship? As punishment, for a period of 1 year, every night when going to bed, Momoka Tojo will, without fail, post a saying goodnight alone photo. Duty will be placed upon her.
Dude, they should get
while the beau stands in the bathroom, she just takes a photo in bed alone.
Right.
She needs a free-to-play Ojisan to be like at her bedside, like hey, don't enter this room.
Yeah,
you stay back.
We've hired assassins to ensure that she remains chaste. Through this, we will have Momoka Tojo comply with the concept that the most important thing for an idol to do is to sleep by the side of each individual fan.
Whoa.
What? Should it appear that her boyfriend is present in her photos, please inform us. Oh, you bet your ass I will.
The funny thing is that they're admitting that, like, yeah, she's totally not single, but
yeah.
But the problem is
you can have a boyfriend. You just can never see him.
It's like the cats out of the bag. They've already lost their stock market for their idol share.
I like the idea that like they just have her boyfriend tied up somewhere, and like that would have been an even better thing. They have him at an undisclosed location, like chained to a chair, and they post photos of him every night to assure fans that he's not banging her. Right? Like, oh. Momoka Tojo has recently become an idol, and it is our sincere hope that through this incident, she will take on the job of being an idol seriously. To all of you, her fans, we hope that you will continue to encourage, scold, cheer for, and promote her. You win that. Like, seriously, this is like Biden saying Trump is a threat to our democracy after he was nearly assassinated, right? It's like, you better scold her. And it's like, I'll make sure she knows it's unacceptable. Right? The statement then goes on to mention Karakoto Bank's upcoming November 12th concert at Shibuya Beats in Tokyo, and concludes by asking fans to refrain from making slanderous comments about Tojo's outside the entertainment industry boyfriend. Yeah, don't slander the boyfriend, right? Tojo's first good night. What if that's what they do? To ensure that he will not stick his penis inside of her, we will give you minute-by-minute updates to his exact location, showing that he's not near her. Meanwhile,
the penis cam will be attached at all times.
What they're really doing is ensuring that you know where he is, so somebody stochastic terrorism style kills him. Right? This was totally.
I just had a weird thought. Like, every idol concert she does, she has to wear a chastity belt.
Where the fuck have you been?
That's the norm.
No, like an actual like metal thing over her waist.
Oh, like a medieval chastity device? Where the fuck have you been? I said that already.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was fucking doing laundry, okay? I'm sorry. I was gone. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It was such a good idea. I just had it first. All right, and then this is her most recent as of the article's writing. So this one is from August 6th, and this one is from July 27th. Damn! Following her announcement of her punishment, Tojo also posted a handwritten apology through her Twitter account saying, I sincerely apologize for my recent careless actions, which caused a great deal of trouble and stress to our fans and other related parties. You know, my thing would be, get fucking bent. Like, you know, I was lacking in proper. She had a fucking handwritten note. I was lacking in proper awareness of the role of an idol, and what I did was inconsiderate to the fans. Other members.
How dare I pursue happiness for myself?
Inconsiderate to the fans who will never have a chance with me.
This is the kind of an apology I expect a teacher who got caught sleeping with their student to write. I was unaware of the role of my status as a teacher, right? Like and what I did was inconsiderate to the fans, other members of the group, and other parties who support me each and every day. I deeply regret being human and having a boyfriend, and I am reflecting upon my actions. I will make every
I need to make the fans happy, not myself.
I will make every effort to prevent such a thing from happening again. Develop a thorough understanding.
No, you won't, bitch. No, you won't, bitch. Because if you did want to do everything, then theoretically you would have dumped him, right? So you're not going to do everything.
If you were serious about this, that chastity device would already be on. Let's be real. Develop a thorough understanding of what it means to be an idol, regain the trust of those who support me, and contribute as a member of Karakoto Bank. Fucking awful name for a band, honestly. With that, Karakoto Bank seems to consider the matter settled. We investigated ourselves and determined the appropriate actions, right? Like, there's been no indication that the group / its management is asking Tojo to step down or to have her go on a temporary hiatus from performances and promotional appearances while the situation blows over. The Karakoto Bank Twitter account included Tojo in a recent string of tweets highlighting. You guys have my brain in the worst possible place. And then their new group shot from just a few days ago. As punishment, every night she'll bang her boyfriend with a strap. That's the only way we saw fit to undo her virginity loss. Still, posting a daily goodnight photo of herself alone is the strangest act of contrition for an idol being seen with her boyfriend since original AKB 48 member Minami Minagishi had her head shaved down to a buzz cut after it came out that she spent the night at a man's apartment.
Wow.
When such scandals happen in the idol world, there's often a reaction of, who cares if a musician has a boyfriend? From the level-headed general public. However, a major amount of the idol's industry lifeblood comes from fans whose level of obsession isn't exactly level-headed. Much like gotcha video gaming, the idol industry has long been reliant on catching whales, obsessive customers who represent revenue streams exponentially larger than the demographics. Historically,
you watch, there's a whale that's like in her live streams. It's like, I want to see that boyfriend. I want to see him getting pegged by like a fat Chojin fucking samurai man in the back. Like,
whoa.
Just let
I think we need to stamp down on the escalation of these acts of fictional damage against the boyfriend here.
Leave the boyfriend alone.
Meanwhile, Green Line is advocating that the boyfriend has a run-in with
Tyrone Kun.
Tyrone. Whoa. All right. So historically for these whales, it's been a quasi-social bond that draws them to idol music. The idea that my favorite idol may not know me personally, but if we ever did meet, she'd probably recognize and appreciate.
She'd probably give me a handy.
If you gathered a dozen random idol fans, some would be totally fine with their favorite idol openly having a boyfriend. But the whale's enthusiasm might be dampened enough that they're no longer each going to buy 20 identical copies of a group CD to try to win meet and greet event tickets to shake hands with their favorite member. Real whales, meanwhile, must wait patiently for the industry to introduce flipper shake events, okay? It's worth pointing out that in its own weird way, Tojo's social goodnight photo punishment is a sign of increased industry acceptance of idols dating. Right. The pledge to maintain a measure of distance from him notwithstanding. Nowhere in their statements do Karakoto Bank or Tojo make any indication that she's going to break up with or stop dating her boyfriend. In effect, Karakoto Bank's reaction to the birthday photo boils down to management officially announcing and accepting that a member has a boyfriend, while at the same time wanting to prevent that aspect of her life, making it harder to sell whales the "my favorite idol might have a thing for me if she knew me" fantasy. It's not like it requires a master of subterfuge It's not like it requires master of subterfuge level skills for Tojo to quickly angle the lens so her boyfriend is out of the frame in her goodnight snapshots, then go right back into couples time after. So
she would never do that.
So the good night pics are arguably less, here's a proof that I'm not with a guy, and more, here are a bunch of photos to rebuild your fantasy. Whether or not it's fair for Tojo to have to jump through these hoops is another much longer discussion involving the increased mainstream popularity of idol music over the past 15 years, decreased individual consumer spending on music products, and divisions in market appeal between the Japanese idol industry and other musical genres. Will Japanese idol music ever reach a point where performers' personal love lives aren't seen as a liability that could hurt the group's chances of success? Maybe one day it will. But in the meantime, for the next 300 plus nights, Tojo will be posting good night photos. Damn. See, the fact that she's just posting these photos around 8:35 a.m., 8:19 a.m., like she's still wearing her makeup, right? At least in this photo, she looks like she is.
No, that's her natural look. She's not wearing any makeup.
Much more natural.
She's just wearing her plastic surgery, okay?
How dare you insist or suggest that she's wearing makeup?
This
She's
whale
naturally
will
beautiful.
not be satiated until the chastity devices are affixed to her and her boyfriend.
Just double check it. Just gotta double check before we end it. We gotta double check.
Does she have a new one out right now?
Hold on. I mean, I bet she does, but hold on. I gotta.
Yeah,
go back.
she wouldn't let her fans down. She's gonna keep that up.
How long was this for again? A year?
A year.
Jesus, that's gonna pollute her feed, and people are gonna unfollow because they're gonna be like, okay, that's like the same photo you posted the last 3 weeks.
I bet you these are already archived. Oh boy, that's a bad sign. This is going in the lawsuit. That's why. Oh,
That looks
boy.
like a mugshot now that you mention it. Wait, what?
All right. Oh, that was the other one. Great. Okay, cool. All right. Now let's talk about Yuri manga. All right. Yuri manga. Her Kiss, My Libido Twinkles has 20 days to go, and it is $10,000 almost over its goal. Anyway, I don't know if we really need to show it every time because it's already reached its goal, but there you go. Okay. Do you guys recall me talking about this like 3 podcasts ago? How Anime Matsuri and Twin Engine are presenting the U.S. premiere. The U.S. premiere of My Dear Friend Nokotan. A show that is already airing, right? Yeah, so apparently I'm not the only one who would read that as premiere, U.S. premiere, because Vic himself is apparently also confused on the matter.
Hey guys, this is Vic Mignogna talking about Anime Matsuri again in Houston. Remember I told you that they had done something that very, 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 very few conventions have ever been able to do. And that is get the opportunity and the privilege to premiere episodes of new anime before anyone else gets to see them. Well, it's happening. I already told you about Mecha Ude, but it's happening again and again. Not just 2 now, but 3 premieres at Anime Matsuri in Houston, August 9 to 11. Not just Mecha Ude, but also My Dear Friend Nokotan. You're going to get the chance to see the first episode of the new season before it ever streams on Crunchyroll. This is a story, it sounds like a wonderful story, I want to see it, about this schoolgirl who makes friends with this other girl who has antlers. Anime. Nothing does it like anime. And then there's a 3rd premiere by Pony Canyon called Loner Life in Another World. And this is going to be episode 1, and it will not be released to the world until October of this year. So you'll get the chance, if you can make it to Anime Matsuri, to see 3 different premieres before anyone else gets to see them. Super special. Anime Matsuri has got so many things lined up. It's going to be an exciting weekend. August 9th to 11th, Houston, Texas. Anime Matsuri, great guests, great premieres. Come join us.
9 to 11.
9 to 11, right? Except that here he says 9 to 12 and then misspells Nokotan. But yeah, so Loner Life in Another World premiere, right? Damn, I guess I imagined watching the premiere at Anime Expo already. Like, it's a premiere in the sense that you're.
It's the first time you've played it.
Airs, but it's certainly not the U.S. premiere because, again, that was at Anime Expo. Yeah. So, again, this is nothing against Vic. I think Vic is just as confused as everybody else because Anime Matsuri has been real shit about how they're presenting this, so that they're not technically lying. Because if you go to the thing we looked at in that previous podcast, they say they're premiering the newest episode. Vic said the first episode of the new season, which is not happening, right? And then he said the first episode of Loner Life in Another World, which again they premiered at Anime Expo. Maybe if they show episode 1 and 2 in Anime Matsuri, then it's okay. Maybe then.
Maybe.
But I'm not sure.
I have a link in the private chat for the user premiere. the way they've been using it.
Oh, for the way that. Oh yeah. you keep using that word.
Yeah,
It means what you think it means.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what? Just to satiate fans, maybe. Although I guess it's over now. It was this weekend. They could have, loaded up. They could have loaded up those leaked episodes as U.S. premieres.
We'll get to those.
U.S. premieres, wrong series.
Idols should be allowed to date. Doing otherwise should mean idols are banned from being in a band. Idols should only be allowed to bang roadies. All right. This is an NTR plot. An idol must do whatever it takes for her fans. I reincarnated as a king in another world, and my queen is of legal age. Nobody wants to see that.
I reincarnated as another world
as a king,
and I have. Hold on.
And I can have.
I reincarnated.
Right away.
Yeah, no, hold on. I reincarnated as a king in another world, and date an idol who can't see me during the day. So I don't know. There's a title there.
Okay.
Explaining the article, the previous article.
Reincarnated in another world, stuck in chastity.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, amazing Swedish
Totoro. What was the thing? The rapics? The
rapics.
No, it's Rape X, like Space X. That was Elon's latest innovation. It was South African made, after all, right?
Reincarnated with Rape X.
All right. I guess I'll throw that in random merch news when we get there.
Whoa.
We'll talk about Rape X. Don't blow your load before we get to there. All right. Amazing Swedish Totoro cosplay steals the show at World Cosplay Championship. When you just see this, you're like, yeah, so fucking what, right? Okay, let's actually take a look though. Let me make it actually good quality. There we go.
There's no audio because copyright.
Because I muted it, so I wouldn't have to hear it either.
Well, that's a nightmare and a half.
The real nightmare is the grown-ass adult playing Satsuki.
Yeah, I was gonna say the costume is actually pretty good. Like, it's horrifying because it's like, well, it's a 2D like character.
He's also got the leaf on his head right now.
This is basically the Pokemon live action Detective Pikachu, right?
Get off of my head. All right. Anyway. Yeah. So legit, right? Fucking legit, honestly. I bet you I just hope he's got a whole air conditioning unit in there.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm impressed. Like, damn, that looked good. The costume, like, damn.
In other news, apparently Universal Studios, like the theme park, is making a How to Train Your Dragon attraction. And so there's a fucking flying dragon. I mean, I'm guessing it's a kite or something.
Toothless.
But can you fucking imagine? Like I was telling the guys here that I live in California, and I can see every night Disneyland's fireworks go off. Imagine walking around and seeing this instead off on the horizon.
Dragons are coming.
you're on a Dundee trip and you're like seeing dragons and shit.
Yeah, like I already had a bunch of the Book of Revelation in my bingo card checked off. Now I've got the beasts, right? The dragons.
They just need to figure out how to make them breathe fire.
Fire, yes, I agree.
If they could get that down.
If we could get that down, it would make all
without
the difference
making
in the
it
world.
like overbalanced forward because they got to have the flamethrower in their mouth or something. You know, like counterbalance it. Yeah.
Anyway, so that's
just put a drone in the neck.
Speaking of drones, birds aren't real. A bird-shaped drone used by the Chinese PLA Marine Corps.
This is what the dragons are going to be in the future. It's going to have dragons floating around everywhere.
Oh, they're real dragons, guys.
Yeah, just remember,
that's what. Yeah, that's what people believe. Dragons are real, but birds are a government psyop.
Oh,
I shot down a dragon once.
Mirage Naruto says I found $43 in a box of books at work tonight. Nice.
You know, all birds.
Dragon-shaped drone. I don't think it would be easier to do it as a drone than a kite.
A kite would be easier, yeah.
Yeah.
All birds are dinosaurs, right? So it's kind of like they're dragons.
I think it's all dinosaurs are birds.
No.
Wow.
I don't think so.
All right. So, Crunchyroll officially surpasses 15 million subscribers. Wow.
Gorgeous May.
I've got the exact same take as I did when they said, we've officially sent $100 million back to Japan. It's like, really? That's it? Right? You're bragging? Like, what? Anyway, anybody else have anything else to say? I think that's...
Hooray.
Very cool.
Yay.
As I echo your hooray, Susan Wojcicki, former YouTube CEO, died at 56. Whoa.
This actually caught me off guard when you posted this in the chat and stuff going over. I was like, what? Really?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why she stepped down from her position.
Because she was in dying.
Because she was in dying, yes.
Yeah.
That must be why.
Well, I don't know what she died of, but maybe like...
She died of
do we know?
She died of lung cancer.
Oh, okay.
She had lung cancer for the last 2 years. This comes after her 19-year-old son was found dead in his dorm room at UC Berkeley in February. What?
What?
What? I'm standing here in front of the World Economic Forum. What? It is with profound sadness that I share the news of Susan Wojcicki passing, my beloved. Why'd you tag her? She's dead.
Yo, check this out, Susan. You'll love me. I'm giving you support.
Like when this is a Facebook post, when you tag someone, it shows up in their feed.
Does it?
So
okay.
Yeah, when their followers like sort of like
it's
Twitter,
been so long.
started off.
It's been so long since I've used Facebook.
Yeah.
My beloved wife
like
of 26 years and mother to our 5 children left us today. Susan was not just my best friend and partner in life, but a brilliant mind, a loving mother, and a dear friend to many. And hated by even more. Her impact on our family and the world was immeasurable. I mean, her impact on YouTube was immeasurable. We are heartbroken, but grateful for the time we had with her. Please keep our family in your thoughts as we navigate this difficult time. Apparently QAnon pointed out the fact that Sergey Brin was married to Anne Wojcicki, the co-founder of 23andMe, and that's the sister of Susan Wojcicki, who became CEO of YouTube. And apparently this is a big scandal.
Isn't that chick also like the Crunchyroll whatever? Didn't we go over this ages ago?
Which chick? Anne Wojcicki?
Yeah, I don't know. There was something that led to like Crunchyroll or something, I think.
I don't remember. And then I saw this. What's going on? Where am I? Hello, Susan. I've been waiting for you. Let's have a little chat, girl to girl. Do you recognize who this is?
No.
This is that YouTuber that shot up YouTube's headquarters.
Oh.
Who believed that YouTube was suppressing her content because it was oh so good and nobody was watching it. So she went to YouTube's face and shot up the place and got murdered right outside of it or whatever. Anyway, I don't think anybody died when she shot up YouTube's face. Anyway. All right. Episodes of new Ranma 1/2 and Dandadan anime and first Mononoke film leaked online. ANN confirmed on Tuesday that episodes of the new anime of Rumiko Takahashi's Ranma 1/2 manga and the television anime of Yukinobu Tatsu's Dandadan manga, as well as Geki Joban Mononoke Karakasa anime film, were leaked to the public via sites such as 4chan and piracy BitTorrent sites. No! Tell me where to get it, why don't you?
I'm surprised they literally named them.
Right.
You know? Oh, where can I find these? Oh, it's right there in the article. We just told you where to find them.
Source.
They found them at illegal
Source,
anime.
Source BitTorrent leaks. Sources 4chan BitTorrent leaks. The leaked who Raphael, you're a channer. Oh. The leaked material includes episodes 1, 3, and 4 of Ranma 1/2, the first 2 episodes of Dandadan, and the entire Geki Joban Mononoke Karakasa anime film. The leaks have blurred watermarks and burned-in timestamps and are in low-resolution 9th HD, 640 by 360, or 640 by 352 format. Update: the first episode of the 3rd season of ReZero, Starting Life in Another World, has been leaked as well. The episode has a watermark for France's Japan Expo 2024, which took place from July 11th to 14th. Episodes 3 through 6 of Dandadan and all episodes of Skydance Animation Production IG's Terminator Zero have also been leaked. Oh. The latter will premiere worldwide on August 29th. Might as well just release it now, right? Update again. 12 episodes of Ranma 1/2 anime have been leaked, so more than just 3.
Which, by the way, episode 1,
right?
Episode 1 has one shot where it looks like it's storyboarded. So I'm curious how final these are.
Yeah.
The thing is, the other 3 episodes we looked at didn't have any storyboarded shots, so I have no idea. Maybe that was a really obscure stylistic choice they went for. I don't know.
It'd be interesting to see. I mean, they're going to premiere it on August 24th at Anime New York City. So
early access premiere.
Yeah, well, you'd think though that they would.
Didn't they already premiere it at Anime Matsuri? Come on now.
No, they premiered it at Nya.
Could you imagine Anime Matsuri
it's pronounced
just plays
Maya, Reese.
Oh god. Dude, could you imagine
Anime
Matsuri? Anime Matsuri. Can you shut up? Anime Matsuri.
I remember this now. Okay, you're right.
Just goes onto a projector and puts the horrible low quality leaks
Look,
on
we
there.
heard your complaints. We understand you're disappointed that we didn't actually premiere anything. So here you go.
So we got some real ones.
I forgot all about the Naya thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, from Resident Evil Netflix. Viz Media and Hot Topic plan to screen the world premiere of the new Ranma 1/2 anime at Anime New York City on August 24th. The anime will premiere in Japan on October 5th and will exclusively stream on Netflix after its broadcast. Dandadan will also similarly have its English dub premiere at Anime New York City on August 24th. Dandadan First Encounter, a theatrical screening of the anime's first 3 episodes, will debut with theatrical screenings in Asia beginning on August 31st, in Europe on September 7th, and North America on September 13th. RIP. The screenings will expand to over 50 countries and regions, including Latin America, Australia, New Zealand, and Africa through mid-September. I can't imagine I mean, I know that not all of Africa is like, the stereotype, but I just like imagine going to the local hut to see a movie, right? Like, the series will premiere in Japan in October. Netflix will stream the anime worldwide in October, and Crunchyroll will also stream the anime. Hold on, I gotta look something up. Is it this one? No. No. Damn it. I'm trying to look for that. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Hold on. All right. I picture it like this. Anyway.
Like the Harry Potter series.
Okay, so Mononoke, blah blah blah. We don't really hear about it. Anyway, there's more to this. IGN, Netflix states compromised post-production partner leaked anime. Streaming services aggressively taking action. They will now be posting photos of themselves not leaking anime nightly for a year. Netflix says, quote, our team is aggressively taking action to have it taken down. Oh, too late, bitch. I should report it. You will never keep that shit off the internet. IGN reported on Friday that Netflix provided them a statement regarding recent leaks of anime episodes, most of which have been announced to stream on the service in the future. Netflix stated that the leaks were initially reported internally before spreading online. Netflix told IGN, quote, one of our post-production partners has been compromised and footage from several of our titles has unfortunately leaked online. Our team
was it a translator? Does that mean a translator leaked these?
Post-production partners? What else would post-production be for?
That Netflix has to deal with? Yeah, I don't know.
The text and the credits?
Maybe it was a CG department.
But Netflix wouldn't be handling that.
Yeah. Update. Global entertainment technology and localization company Liuno releases a statement. Is it Liuno or Iuno?
Oh, if it's a localization company,
yeah,
then yeah. You know who doesn't leak anime?
AI. You're making a compelling argument for getting rid of localizers and using AI localization. Iuno is aware of a recent security issue involving unauthorized access to confidential content, protecting our clients' confidentiality. So do you think that they intentionally give them a shitty version so that, like, you're less inclined to leak it? You could still do your job. You could see the thing. You can time up the subtitles, but you have to send back the file, and then they apply it to the good-ass quality stuff instead of the
yeah, probably.
HD
that's what I would do, and that's what I did for the skip beat subtitle revisions. I said, give me a horrible quality watermarked version, and I'll work with that.
Oh boy. Is aware of a recent security issue involving protecting our clients' confidentiality, ensuring the security of their content is our highest priority. We are actively investigating the security breach to mitigate any potential risks and identify the responsible parties. When there are material changes or information, we will make further statements. Update. The Wrap also reported on Friday that Crunchyroll provided the following statement, quote, we are aware of a content leak ahead of one of our fall series. We've opened an investigation to identify the source of this leak, and our team is taking action to have it taken down. According to IGN, other Netflix shows and films, including the second season of animated action series Arcane, Heartstopper Season 3, Gentry Chow versus the Underworld, Plankton the Movie, and Spellbound have also leaked. Yeah, but nobody gives a shit about those. ANN has reached out to several companies affected, including Netflix, Crunchyroll, Viz Media, and Gkids for comments. Initially, episodes of the new anime of Rumiko Takahashi's Ranma 1/2 manga and the television anime of Dandadan's manga, the television of Dandadan, as well as the Mononoke film were leaked to public. So this is probably just going to be recap of all the shit from the previous article. Great. Fantastic.
So you crowdfunded that Mononoke film just for them to shove it on Netflix as a premiere?
Did they do a Kickstarter for that? I can't remember. I guess
Actually, wait, no, you said you got yours, didn't you?
I can't remember.
You got the. I think you got the shirts. I think you got like the crowd.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I was just gonna add when we were talking about the sending it, getting the shit quality, working on it, and then sending it back to Mappa. Just having the job at Mappa just to put the nipples back on Ranma.
They better. I mean, what?
Send back your subtitle, but with special subtitles that are actually just nipples that are back on. I like this idea.
You couldn't do that, but you could do periods, like strategically spaced periods with a color on it.
I'm
sure that would adequately achieve erections.
What about this? What
we need
if
the areolas too, Randy?
What if this is actually
the original
Hero?
Ranma only was a dot? Okay.
This is 2024, Randy. We need more than just.
Our
Hold
standards
up.
have increased tremendously.
If you
since-
watch the
since
2008
the-
OVA, it's a bit more than a dot. I'll have you know. But do you think there's some hero at Mappa who intentionally leaked all of this crap just so everyone could get a beta test and be like, "See, I told you the nipples are required.
The nipple, it's important.
Required though."
So interesting.
We need the people at Mappa to send Netflix or whoever a katana and say no cuts.
Right.
Cut off his dick. Okay.
Sentiment surrounding the leak has really interestingly only gone in one direction. They're complaining of the lack of nipples. Right? Also, I saw this. Just a reminder.
Way more.
I also saw this. Just a reminder that the biggest of copyright cops, the MPA, of which Netflix is a member of, has tried to get Nya shut down before. You tried to get Nya shut down, and then you include them, Naya, in Resident Evil Netflix live action? Come on. So tried to get Nya shut down before and failed because they're morons who unironically believe in the existence of an anime cartel, right? MPA lawyers are trying to shut down pirate giant Nya. Torrent Freak understands that the MPA has delivered cease and desist letters to several individuals with alleged connections to massive anime torrent site Naya, right?
This was in 2020.
Right. Claiming that they are members of the so-called anime cartel. The notices make several demands, including the total shutdown of the site, plus cash settlements totaling tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands, right? You give me $10,000. I love this. At the end here, it's like, Nya is still online. Torn Freak isn't able to confirm whether the individuals approached have anything to do with the running of Naya, or whether any of the negotiating with the MPA is or whether any are negotiating with the MPA in some way, either along the lines of their settlement offers or perhaps outside of those less formally. What we can confirm is that the MPA demanded that the torrent site should be quickly shut down in September, and that has clearly not happened. For the site's tens of millions. Remember, how many did we get to, Crunchyroll? What were we at?
15.
50. Tens of millions of monthly visitors that will come as a relief. Particularly considering the untimely demise of Horrible Subs, a group dedicated to official stream ripping just over a month ago. Lol. Remember, a good pirate doesn't take other people's property. All right. Where are we? We're here.
A good pirate shares other people's
Other
property.
people's property.
Other
A good
people's
pirate
booty?
doesn't steal treasure for himself. He steals it like Robin Hood. All right. Anime Studio Comics Wave Films is going to open self-run theaters in summer 2026. So these are going to be in Japan, right?
That sounds to me like they're gonna put like a big screen up and then have like a robot in front of it, so it's self-running. It self-watches.
But
One time.
are people on the street going to poke holes in the screen so they can see Mount Fuji?
History has shown that yes. Comics Wave Film started a brand new company to run theaters in Japan under the name CWF Cinemas. The cinema is being set up in Saku City with local business owner Kenji Nakara because the theater that Kawaguchi regularly went to, who the fuck is Kawaguchi? The CEO of the anime studio. Okay. I don't know why random local business owner Kenji Nakara is doing this, because the CEO who regularly went to the area, the theater that the CEO regularly went to in the area closed down in fall of 2023. And so he decided to start their own to connect with the local community. Kawaguchi mentioned that the theater that he used to go to held the director's talks for Shinkai's films, which made him sad. So he decided to build his own in his place with blackjack and hookers. Right? CWF Cinemas is set to screen local anime films and international animation flicks, as well as hold events for the stuff they screen. Anyway, so that's the follow-up there for the new stuff about that. Also, Kathleen Kennedy is reportedly ready to retire, but is waiting for a win, according to entertainment analysts. I mean, it's been a pretty steady decline, so I think you're going to be waiting for a while. I think
She just has to lower the bar low enough that a failure is a win.
I think she'll be forced to retire before she willingly retires.
I think she's going to lose. Like, Disney is going to go under, and she's going to get hired at like a local hardware store and become employee of the month 1 month, and then she'll retire. Like, yeah. Tragedy is this state of affairs at Disney. Anyway, we don't need to read that. Our Last Crusade, or The Rise of a New World, Season 2 is to go on hiatus. I don't know why I shared this. Why the fuck? Oh, yeah, because of this part. We've decided to postpone the Oh, yeah, that's why. I should have read the headline without just reading it and not making any note in my head. Indefinite hiatus. When's the last time an anime just said, you know what, fuck it, we're done. Gone, right? We've decided to postpone the broadcast and streaming of episode 5.
Bleach?
And onward in order to maintain the quality of the main story. Did they maintain the quality of the main story in Bleach, though, Randy? No.
No, they just said we're fucking out. And then, like, 10 years later, they were like, all right, we'll finally finish this.
I guess technically the Nier Automata Part 1 did.
But, you know, Bleach fans will tell you, oh, it was always planned. They were just going to take a break. When in actuality, it's like, nah, they were fucking done.
Well, can you imagine the amount of filler we would have gotten, though? Like,
yeah, I know.
Didn't Zom 100 also take a break?
Did they?
Yeah, but that was just, you know, they
That's just what?
They had quality issues, and then they had to take, like, a month or two break, right?
They had quality issues. The level of incompetence of the people working on it was such that at Anime Expo, for the world premiere of Zom 100, they didn't bring the laptop with the video on it, so we did the edit.
Whoops, that's my sex
Why did they
tape.
just pre-upload it to Nya?
Good point, Reese.
We've got a ninth. What did they call it? A ninth of an HD quality for you. So some people,
if they had have uploaded it to Nya, then Anime Matsuri would have got it for the premiere.
Anime Matsuri takes place a month after Anime Expo, though.
That's the point of Randy's joke.
Some people voiced their concerns that the quality of the visuals in some parts of the animation was questionable. In replacing the broadcast of the second season, selected episodes from the first season will be re-aired in Japan. The second season is scheduled to resume broadcasting and streaming from the first episode when it returns. The schedule will be announced on the official website at a later date. They're going to show you, starting on August 7th, Season 1, Episode 1, then Episode 2, then Episode 3. Fuck Episode 4, and also 6, 7, and 8, right? Then, so they'll have 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12, right?
One of those.
Well, I heard a joke recently. That why was 6 afraid of 7?
Yeah, 7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9. But don't get me started on why on the fear. Was this something like the fear of 10? Because it's inside 9/11 or whatever. I can't do the joke.
Yeah, and I remember. I've heard this one too, but I can't remember the wording.
Got it. I butchered it. I'm so sorry. Yeah. As punishment, I will be showing a photo every day for a year of me not doing a terrible joke.
Damn, it's going to be hard to pull that one off.
The Shiunji Family Children TV anime reveals the 7 siblings and teacher structure. So last podcast, when we looked at this, they were silhouette. And I was convinced. I could not see anything else besides the character from Angelic Layer. And holy shit, does it look nothing like the character from Angelic Layer. Anyway, so these are all the sisters she's going to bang. And possibly a brother.
Okay.
Anyway.
One clear winner.
The one clear winner being the one with the tatas. Well, you can tell they're not all related, dude, just by the number of different hair colors alone.
Mom slept around. Dad slept around.
Look, the mom was an idol girl, and she couldn't reveal that she had a husband.
This I died reading this. Hikaiji Kake no Marie manga gets a TV anime. Oh, there goes the water. Two waters. What did they multiply? How did I knock those down? What are even fucking words? All right. The rom-com series released 6 volumes. This is pretty great. All right. Quick look at it. Right? Okay, you're good. Thanks. Marie, a former martial artist, has a new job as the personal maid of Arthur, the heir to a large conglomerate. However, Arthur is ruthless and hates people of the highest order. So Marie has to pretend to be a robot to work for him. If it is discovered that she is human, she will be executed immediately. But Arthur is extremely kind to inorganic objects and unexpectedly goes into a doting route. Doting or Death, the strongest romantic comedy that will make you laugh and make your heart thumping. Oh, that's an interesting
Now,
phrase.
it's going to get awkward when he says, robot, activate fleshlight mode. Yes, master.
Oh, yes.
Moistening. Yeah. All right, Mirai in Love anime previews opening song. Who cares about all that stuff? So this is the one that we talked about previously about the girl whose student is in love with her, but she's never been in a relationship and prefers only to date through otome games. So after she rejects him, he comes back to school as the spitting image of the guy that she romances.
So she was a femcel?
Yes. Story tells a romantic comedy between Tanaka, a high school teacher who loves otome games, and Mirai, a high school boy who is in love with Tanaka. Tanaka, who has never been involved in a real-life romance, is confessed to by Mirai but rejects his confession On the next day, Mirai transformed himself into the exact likeness of Tanaka's favorite character from her favorite Otome game. Wow, guess I didn't leave anything out except for their names. All right. Femcell, haven't heard that one before.
Oh, really?
I like the student-teacher dynamic. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, where the aggressively pursuing student, right?
No,
lockdown zone level 10.
She's the teacher.
I know. The student is the one aggressively pursuing her. Lockdown Zone level 10 webtoon gets light anime series. I'll remind you that a light anime is a motion comic. Ryoka is awakened by a flurry of text messages from her mother. Panicked and rushed, Mom is clearly concerned for Ryoka's safety, but she is not too keen, improper spelling of two, keen on letting her daughter know why. Her reasoning being that nothing could really properly describe what is happening. The world might be ending, and there might be a massive new life form on the roof of her apartment building. Wow. Way to get me so excited about it.
Wow.
All right, Chitose is in the Ramune bottle anime announced for 2025. Being popular isn't easy. It's hard. Being popular isn't easy. It's hard to beat Saku Chitose. The most popular kid in his high school? Check. An ironclad reputation that can weather even vicious online attacks? Check. A group of friends as attractive on the outside as they are inside? Check. But when a teacher asks for his help bringing back a student who has been shut away in his room for months, Saku's perfect world will never be the same. What is this? Some kind of normie harem story? Lane.
Sounds like
Wait,
yes.
Way to ruin all desire to watch it.
Sounds like the Ramune bottle is in Chitose. It sounds like a better series. I fucked that up.
Your delivery was even worse than my joke about 9/11.
The Ramune bottle is in Chitose. It sounds like a better series, in my opinion.
Very nice. I'm glad we planned that joke so well.
Sorry.
All right, you are Miss Servant, TV anime reveals Nuki art, blah, blah, blah. All right, so she must be protected at all costs. Also, there's a fat-ass dog. The show has it all. Lollies.
It even has Grace.
Big titties. Half lollies. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. What is she, fucking flying? Why is the dog flying too? Also, her head looks like it's missing a chunk of it. It feels like this should be just a little bit more. Don't know about you. Anyway,
she got her hair caught in a helicopter.
The Red Ranger becomes an adventurer in another world.
Oh no. I don't know how I feel.
I want to see an anime where Shinzo Abe gets assassinated and then reincarnates in another world. That's the one I want to see. If we've reached this level, it's only like a year removed from that being a reality, right?
Yeah, they use historical characters all the time, like from Sengoku period, right? Like, there's the Demon King. God damn it, what's his name again?
Bringing right-wing politics to another world.
Kong Ming, I mean, come on.
Yep. That's the wrong direction.
It's still
getting based in another world.
Make another world great again.
Where's that hat? We need that merch now.
Asagaki Togo was the Red Ranger in a heroic Ranger squad. During their final battle against the ultimate evil organization, he suffers a crushing defeat and resigns himself to death. That is, until he finds himself reborn in an entirely different world. I just want to see him get beaten, and he's just laying there ready to die, and then Truck-kun runs him over. Embracing his new role as an adventurer, he transforms into Kizuna Red and continues his pursuit of justice, helping those in need. Enjoy this heroic tale of Ranger becoming a protector in another world. The time I got reincarnated as Hitler in another world, also the Red Ranger. Any one of these would be a great one. All right, so we're not gonna bother reading this one. Western Localizer proudly brags about butchering Sentai Filmworks' English localization of 2.5 Dimensional Selection. It is basically just everything we've already covered with a little bit more examples. Reese, tell me which ones are the most.
Keep going. So basically, that wall of text is like the biggest, and then obviously everything after. But basically, describing the character as like a emoto, like devil trope, like the feisty emoto, and then like turning it into scroll down, like just talking about her figure, like when we get to the anime.
Is this the official localization or the one that they did last time, which was like the fan stuff? Okay. I was just curious if the official one was using emoto, which is Japanese for little sister.
An official one.
I think they said last time Seven Seas was doing it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Seven Seas has them. I know because they're on my brother's shelf. No.
Well, why don't you show us what the actual thing says?
Yeah, man.
I don't know.
Go Big Brother.
Big Brother, can I see your manga?
Can I see your pornographic manga, please? Anyway, was there any more that were worth showcasing?
Well, yeah, like they completely changed the description. Like if you read the subtitles here, it's like a completely different vibe of what making him sound like just a pervert.
Okay, so you're saying he's basically saying that, oh, she's precious and protect at all costs, but in this one he's like, oh yeah, I'd tap that.
Yeah, basically.
I see.
Internet meme and slang influenced fan fiction. So he says, she's got a cute figure and a great ass, and real otaku love flat-chested lady. Love a flat chest. Okay. The anime version of the otaku argues Tig Biddies would ruin her whole vibe anyway. Oh, dear fucking God. Kill me. Oh my God, kill me.
Does this hoe have a job?
Katrina Leonidakis, I'm going to need a year's worth of photos showing that you haven't touched the keyboard.
Whoa, I saw waifu in there.
Yeah. Liliel's my waifu. Miriella's my emoto. I don't want to be your goddamn sister.
Luigi the Mel 64 says localizers are criminals that try to obtain countries. Or sorry, abolish countries.
Abolish
Damn, they're criminals?
Localizers are war criminals trying to abolish countries?
I do think they should be charged with a military tribunal, right? No fucking duh. Like, why are these? Why Tig Biddies? Does he goof up the description on purpose in Japanese in a similar way too? Emoto makes sense. He's being an otaku weirdo. Yes, it's the end of that long rant about how much he loves flat-chested characters. Real otaku love characters with flat chests. Yeah, so where does he fuck up?
What do you mean, yes?
That's you fucking up.
You didn't explain that in Japanese he says pi o or whatever, right?
I said
like,
pi.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the closest thing I can think of it for Tig Biddies, like Tiggle Biddies, with just like removing the OL, like big old titties, Tiggle Biddies. Like I remember there was a Ray William Johnson song called Tiggle Biddies.
that's supposed to be big old titties, but still, I don't see how that changes
No,
anything.
it's still he said in the thing it was tiggle bitties.
Yeah, but the
I know it's a
character,
play on
the
words
character
on
in
big
this
old titties.
in this particular anime is not going to use like the censored language. Like, I didn't really say it. I said friggin' or something. You know what I mean? Like, but in the context of lewdness, he wouldn't say tiggle bitties. Like, that's retarded.
No, that's
Also-
just for Zoomer meme humor.
Cringe. Yeah. So skibbity
okay.
titties. Right?
But before you go on your skibbity titty, whatever, it's like 12:16, and
You're gonna
dipping.
dip out. All right, get out of
Yeah.
here. Thank you for
Bye.
staying so long.
Bye.
All right, so My Hero Academia manga ended this week. Just a heads up for anybody who hadn't started it yet but wanted to wait until it ended. You will enjoy most of it. The guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. Manga gets English release. Catfishing my cute anime wife. Like, fashionable and upbeat high schooler Aya falls head over heels for an employee at a local CD shop. He's got an air of mystery about him, always dressed well, and has impeccable taste in music. Little does she know, this supposedly male employee is actually her female classmate, Mitsuki. Mitsuki generally keeps to herself, but since her seat is right next to Aya's, she can't help but be extremely aware of the other's crush. Revealing the truth is out of the question, but perhaps getting closer to Aya wouldn't be so bad. Her kiss, my libido twinkles. Right? Okay. Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster has cut the erotica genre from the photography minigame. So basically, in the game, you get what are effectively experience points for taking photos because the character is a photojournalist, right? And when you take photos, there's different classifications for how it's graded. So if you take a photo of a zombie, it's classified as horror. And the more zombies that are featured in it, where the faces can be seen, the higher the rating you get and the more points that are used to like level up or spend on gear or something, right? If you take a photo of some big old titties, then you get the erotica genre, and same thing, the more titties in frame, the better, right? They have removed that from the remake, completely bastardizing any reason to even want the game. Manga Lawyer had this to say: Capcom's progressive ESG policy. The photo mode in Dead Rising Remaster was censored when the main character is literally a perverted journalist. Larry Chang, a Chinese psychopath, was replaced with an autistic white character due to racism. Isn't this discrimination? Imagine the Capcom meeting. So you know this character is Asian, and we can't do this anymore in 2024. Is there another way that we can walk and get away with it? Yes. How about a retarded white people? Oh my God, Desu, what a great idea. It's okay to be white. Villains. Lollipop Chainsaw Repop gets an earlier release date, so they've actually moved it up. It's now coming to Americas and Europe on September 12th. Previously, it was planned for September 25th, and the remaster will be priced at $44.99. Something else we haven't talked about at all, Shadows of the Damned, Hella Remastered, has a release date set for October. So we haven't talked about this at all, but apparently this has been happening behind the scenes. And Manga Lawyer had this to say: getting Shadows of the Damned Remaster and Lollipop Repop in 2024 is wild. If both games are fully uncensored, all the money I've saved by not wasting it on AAA slops will go to them. I mean, yes. Thank you. More of this, please. I will take every ounce of it. This I could care not two shits about, but maybe I'll get it. If it's fully uncensored, maybe. I didn't play either of the originals, so. All right, Reese, you
I
say
enjoyed
you bought,
it. It was nice.
You say you bought Fate Stay Night.
Yep. I have.
Let's talk about the English localization riddled with bugs.
Yeah.
What's that, Tosaka? You don't care about Kyudo? Huh? I must have just been confused after seeing you watching us after school so many times. Hey, it's Tosaka. Okay, great. That was useful. The first official English localization of... Is it because this isn't Tosaka? Isn't this, what's her name? Sakura?
Yes.
Right, this is Sakura, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Otherwise, I had no idea what was going on.
I didn't know if Randy was going to shank me for spoiling or something.
Okay. The first official English localization of Fate Stay Night ran into issues and bugs upon launch on Steam and Nintendo Switch, with hilarious sprite jumbling leading to Archer trying to woo Shiro and other fumbles. Oh no. It turns out that in a hilariously Japanese move, the localized version did not account for non-Japanese locales. This led to a mix-up in files being pulled up, which led to a brief period where players who wanted to play the game properly were forced to switch to a Japanese locale, a classic trick for playing old visual novels. Some more results of the hilarity. Good morning, Captain. Morning, Mato. Are you by yourself today? Yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't convince him to come.
That looks like an archery range.
I'm sure a nice-looking girl could have convinced him to come.
Hopefully not Ilya. Uh-oh. How did we get on this again? What? You started it, Tosaka. You complained that you'd never have a boyfriend, so we decided to make it a contest to see who catches one first, remember? Ah, right. That was the deal. We said that whoever loses has to do whatever the winner says for a day, right? Oh, Tosaka, you're awfully early today. I knew it. With a light sigh, I turned to face the student who called out to me. Morning, sure is a cold today. The girl who addresses me so casually is Ayaka Mitsuzuri. Who the hell are these people? You bought this game, huh?
Yeah.
The Switch version has already been fixed, apparently.
Copium. Keep having that copium.
I don't even know what they're trying to convey in these. PSA Face Night's Steam version is currently heavily bugged. Character sprites for different characters are appearing instead of the intended. Okay, I get it. So for some reason, I don't know why, I thought that what was happening here is that the names were getting swapped out. But it's actually the sprites themselves, so the characters are flipping. Okay, that's fucking hilarious, actually. Like,
right?
Okay, I see. I just assume. Okay, I get it now. Oh, that is pretty funny. So you can't hear it, but in this clip, it's a girl talking, saying all these cutesy things. But they have Archer being like,
right,
cutesy. You know, that's pretty funny, actually. They translated Saber's name as Altria,
which is technically correct.
That's the name she was given when she celebrated her coming of age. You need to change your system locale to Japanese for the Face Day Night visual novel won't work properly. Boys, we're so back. It's 2005 again. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the localized version was patched within a day on both Switch and Steam. So people who want to see the original version will have to find a way to play the 1.0 version.
Okay, I guess I did get this Switch version too.
Bummer. All right, anyway, moving on from that. All right, Rewind or Die gets console ports this month. So I saw this. I want to show it to you. I think it looks fun. It obviously has like a PS1 aesthetic to it. They even went out of their way to recreate the like polygon jitter from PS1 era.
carefully, boy. For today could be your last among the living.
The bad news is it is digital only. RIP. It's coming to PlayStation, but you gotta download it. Also, I saw this right before we.
I'm sure that'll be a limited run games situation.
Maybe. I don't know. I got plenty of games I haven't played, so. I saw this. So, Max Payne remakes now in full production. Yes, I like that. But Alan Wake too. You hear me? I don't trust you to not fuck this up. If Sweet Baby Inc. comes near this, I'm going to need a photo every day for a year showcasing your apology and removing Sweet Baby Inc. influencing. Fans of classic bullet time third-person shooter Max Payne, get ready for some good news. Remedy Entertainment confirmed that remakes have entered full production. To be honest with you, I think the game lives up. Like, the charm is in the fact that Sam Lake's mug is posted in this face throughout the entire game, unless you die, which is like it switches the texture or whatever. The creators of the original Max Payne games, as well as Alan Wake and Control, have published a financial report in which they state Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes entered the full production stage as of second quarter of 2024. Other than that, we can read that amidst 3.2 million euros of operating profit, I guess they mean negative 3.2 million euros of operating profit, and after acquiring full rights to Control franchise a bit earlier this year, Control 2 progressed to the production readiness stage. As mentioned in the report, is there still unnamed game codenamed Condor, a multiplayer ripoff, a spinoff of Control. Wait. You're going to make a multiplayer game called Condor when fucking Microsoft just released a multiplayer game called Concord? Not a good idea. Also reached a full production stage. The report informs us that Remedy's revenue increased by 16.2% from 8.9 million in the previous year to 10.3 million, which could reassure us that that their financial situation is stabilizing and should allow them for swift development of the aforementioned games. Okay, I got to pull up something real quick. I got it right over here. He said while he frantically searches for it. Right over here. Here it is. Remedy Entertainment reveals Sweet Baby Inc. influence Alan Wake 2 still has not recovered the cost to make the game. You know why? Because you spent so much money lining the pockets of Sweet Baby Inc. Yeah, so, and also you didn't release it on physical until recently. This is especially important after the cancellation of their unannounced co-op multiplayer title codenamed Kestrel, which allowed them to focus more on already established projects. From previous information gathered, the Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes, why not 3 as well? Should release late 2026 or early 2027. So the problem is, if I'm not mistaken, the actor that played Max Payne died, didn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, James McAfee. Yeah. Pretty sure he got the jab. James McAfee's dead. So, honestly, the charm of Max Payne is the narration. It is the writing. The bullet time thing is just fun, but the actual charm is the noir, hard-boiled detective writing, right? Like, this game is fucking awesome. I look forward to the remakes. I hope they aren't shit. And A petition to ban making multiplayer games unplayable could become law in Europe. So we talked a little bit about this. I haven't read this yet. We'll see what the updates are. It's not too terribly long. Actually, do you guys want to do comments while I take a leak? If you don't mind.
Ready.
Okay.
Nice.
What was the last comment you read?
Really? You enjoyed Max Payne 3 the most? I didn't get through Max Payne 3 because the way that I obtained it was it involved sailing, and it froze after the first mission and never got past that opening area. So I didn't really get far through it, but it was also the one that wasn't by the original team at all, right? So I don't know. Max Payne is going to be censored. Take that as an expectation. Any form of censorship, SPI not should be. Yes, thanks. Thanks for the record has spoken again. There's one specific scene in the first Max Payne that I expect to get censored, and that at least that comes to mind. And that's a scene where there's like a mob boss talking, and they do this thing where they do like a comic book for their cutscenes. And the mob boss is talking, and the girl gets up from under the desk and like wipes her mouth, right? Implying, of course, that she was blowing him or whatever. And I feel like that'll probably get censored. They're probably going to remove like all that comic stuff and do something different, right? Instead of like that comic art style or whatever they did. One of the things I love most about Max Payne is the fact that the cutscenes happen in real time, like Grand Theft Auto style, which is fun because there are certain areas where like you're about to run into a boss area and it's going to trigger a cutscene as soon as you walk through the door. But if you know that's coming, you can throw a grenade as you walk through the door, and then during the cutscene, the goons run out to start taunting you, and the grenade blows up during the cutscene, and they die during the cutscene, and then the cutscene ends, and they're dead, and you don't have to fight them. So that's pretty fun. Never played Max Payne, but if I saw my brother play 3, why remake if you aren't going to censor or remove the heterosexual content? Yeah, I haven't played enough of 3 to really say, but I would like. That's why I want there to be a remake, because if it comes to PS5, I can play it. I think it was PS3 originally, right? I don't know if there's a PS4 version. Anyway, you guys go through some chats. Real quick.
Yeah, now that we've gone through all the chats that are available. I only went through the
Max Payne chats. God, read 20 billion Luigi chats. God damn it.
Jesus. Christ. I think this is the earliest one. Localizers are criminals that try to abolish
We read that
countries. Oh, we read that one. Do we get this one?
Okay, now.
Rico Love is already better than Dead Rising, and that was Japanese PSP Vita game. That game deserves a Nintendo release. I do not know it. Never make video games for Steam. Why can't Japanese companies learn? When will you learn that actions have consequences? They should have listened to the customers. Maiko listening to the gaijin is why the Maiko will be ostracized for life. All right. Why never make video games for Steam? Why? Seems great. What's wrong with it? Rewind or Die looks like complete fever dream.
Everybody's such a bitch.
Max Payne is going to be censored. Take that as an expectation. Sorry. Any form of censorship, SBI or not I don't know what SBI is.
Stupid
Should be rejected. Oh yeah, okay.
All right. I have returned. We can now cover this topic. My bladder is now empty. So, petition to ban making multiplayer games unplayable could become law in Europe. One of the realities of modern gaming is that your favorite game could become unplayable due to its servers or online support getting cut. For example, Metal Gear Rising, I want to say it was, or Revengeance or whatever it was called, the one where you play as Raiden. The Mac port of that game became unplayable like less than a year, I think, after it came out, because the company that hosted the servers for it to check when you start up the game to make sure that you actually paid for it, kind of thing, went out of business. And so you just fuck you. You bought the game, but you can't play it because we can't make sure that you bought the game to play it. So then it became like you have to pirate it to play it. A new petition is aiming to get new laws enacted that will prevent games from doing this and literally making your product unusable. In the past year alone, dozens of games have been taken offline or have become unplayable due to them requiring an online connection, or worse, are only playable online. A popular YouTuber and games preservationist advocate, Ross Scott, is taking matters into his own hands to stop this. If Scott's name is familiar, that's because he started the long-running YouTube web series Freeman's Mind. Never heard of it. Now Scott has helped plan and launch a European Union petition seeking 1 million signatures in the hopes of getting laws to ban the above practices by game developers or publishers. If passed into law, the European Citizens Initiative would enable the following: require video games sold to customers to be in a reasonably working state at the time of shutdown / end of support. Prohibit any requirements for video games sold to customers to connect to the publisher or affiliate parties after support ends. Require the above also apply to video games that sell assets or features, microtransactions, to customers. What do you think they mean by that?
Read it again.
So they're going to prohibit any requirements for video games sold to customers to connect to the publisher or affiliate parties after support ends, and require the above also to apply to video games that sells assets or features, microtransactions, to customers. So, like, do microtransaction options disappear? Like,
well, you can't buy microtransactions.
I guess, yeah. So I guess what's happening is that, yeah. So like, if you paid into a game and you bought, like, pay to win stuff, then the game goes out, then you're out all that money, right? Like, if they shut down Pokemon Go, there goes my my like inventory space upgrades or whatever. This is a very clear
the gap anyway.
I did, but I'm using an example of something I actually purchased.
I was making a joke, okay? Yeah.
If I could give you my upgrades, I would transfer them to you. I'm sorry.
I don't even want to.
This is a very clear-cut proposition for law that would only seek to stop game developers or publishers from destroying games by making them unplayable. What the new initiative would not require game developers or publishers to do includes require publishers to give up intellectual property rights, require publishers to give up source code, require endless support, require publishers to host servers, require publishers to assume liability for customers' actions, or interfere with business practices in any way while a game is still being supported. The key takeaway with the new proposal for consumer-friendly law is that if a game is taken offline, it should remain playable in some state so the consumer actually keeps their product. This wasn't as big of an issue before the digital era, back when proven by the fact that my kids grew up playing my Nintendo 64 and my Nintendo 64 games from when I was a child. This wasn't a big an issue back when every game was sold on a physical media that you could keep forever. Another goal with the initiative, yeah, like fucking PT, like goddamn. Another goal with the initiative is if a game has online capabilities or is an online multiplayer only game, fans could host their own servers, like Minecraft, after it's taken offline from official servers. Some games were available for barely a year, like Babylon's Fall, which I guess is this, only to become completely unplayable, even if you bought the game. A very interesting goal with the initiative applies to free-to-play games that have microtransactions, things like skins or paid-for features. Since these are paid for with real money, they are products that you legally should be able to keep owning indefinitely. So keeping free games playable would be mandated. Here's a video from Scott explaining the anti-consumer practice in gaming and how the initiative hopes to change that. In the video, Scott compares the practice of shutting down games by publishers or game developers to when a movie studio used to burn their own films after they were done screening them to recover the silver content for new film. Silver content meaning the silver in the film, like the film reel?
Yeah, there's as part of the chemical reaction for developing film, there's like a silver agent that's used. So I assume that's what they mean.
I mean, it's kind of like the concept of scraping the ink off the cell.
Yeah.
You know,
in this case, it would be to save the ink, but I don't think they were doing that back then. They were saving the cell back then.
Right, exactly. Or they were reusing the cell because they were so expensive.
Yeah.
So all of those films are no longer available, the same way games have been made unplayable. The European Citizens Initiative is part of Scott's larger movement called Stop Killing Games, which the games preservationist has been advocating for some time now with publishers to no avail, according to his above video. Since I started Stop Killing Games, I want to say everyone I reached out to never responded. Yeah, no fucking duh. So me reaching out doesn't work. It's a total failure rate. While Scott is an American citizen and ineligible to sign the EU petition, if passed into law in Europe, it would likely mandate the same policies for games sold in Americas and elsewhere, as evidenced by the fact that Europe is mandating USB-C as the iPhone plug. So iPhone now has to, if they want to sell the iPhone in Europe, they have to make a version of it that has USB-C. So naturally, what's going to end up happening is that rather than make a special version for Europe, they're just going to make all versions reach that lowest common denominator, which is the USB-C in Europe, right?
They are making a special version of the OS for Europe, though, because there was a rule about allowing other app stores in Europe, and they have not allowed that outside of Europe. So inside of Europe, they're allowing app stores to be in the App Store, like alternative app stores. But that's only in Europe. So it's not necessarily true that they would, but
there is absolutely no reason why I should do
Yeah.
it. But now I want a European phone. The concern is the practice of making games unplayable is becoming so common. In the future, they'll truly own nothing and will be expected to be happy with that. Damn. An increasing number of video games are sold as goods, but designed to be completely unplayable for everyone as soon as support ends. The legality of this practice is untested worldwide, and many governments do not have clear laws regarding these actions. It is our goal to have authorities examine this behavior and hopefully end it, as it is an assault on both consumer rights and preservation of media. The petition has a year to get 1 million signatures, and even if they manage to secure that much support, it doesn't guarantee the proposal will become law. However, it's an easy win for politicians, and they wouldn't have to do much work to structure the law. It would simply be a blanket ban on making games unusable as products that consumers own. Any thoughts?
I have so many thoughts. So Europe passed this fucking law. I don't back in 2010, maybe a little later, about cookies, because there was a bunch of news saying that internet cookies are tracking you and they're bad, and all these websites have these tracking
it's the
cookies on them.
GDRP thing.
I don't know what that is, but
That's the law
sure.
that I think caused all that stuff where all of
Maybe.
a sudden you have to authorize cookies on every fucking
Yeah.
site you go to.
So they made this law, and if it's called that, it's called that, whatever. And the result is that every website has to have this stupid pop-up that says, "Do you accept our cookies?"
Mm-hmm.
On a
Those
mobile
things are
phone.
there. Mm-hmm.
That has to take up so much UI space. It's so frustrating that you have to deal with this stupid pop-up every time you go to the website. And then it got to the point where a lot of the time you're just saying yes because you don't want to deal with it. Like, just get on with it, move on. I want
the problem
to fix the
actually
website.
got worse because in making people authorize it, now you are getting people to the point where they're used to just clicking yes, 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 to the point where now, because you got their authorization, you can have even more aggressive cookies that otherwise people would have been against. That
And
would
then-
have been insane to even use.
The stupid thing is, it's because they didn't understand what the fuck was going on. And I don't know if they didn't understand this or they didn't care, but people already had the option to limit those kind of cookies on the browser. All they have to do is go into the settings of the browser and say limit third-party cookies.
This is
And it would stop
exactly the
tracking.
same problem as the net neutrality stuff, where everybody made a big deal about things that were already illegal. Actually, they were trying to prevent a potential future that already had the potential to be done legally as of that moment. And in exchange, we muddied everything up and made it more difficult to navigate, and actually reduced your value by advocating for something that was harmful for you in the name of stopping something that wasn't happening, even though it could have been.
I'm not sure, but that's a different conversation. But so if they go down this route, this petition, while I like the idea, obviously I want to be able to continue to play games that I have spent money on. The current form of this petition is not good. If this just gets blindly signed into law, it will be bad. Like, if you scroll down to where they go over the criteria that they're asking for, so they have to require the video games, basically to be in a playable state when they finish, right? When it goes end of life.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, some games go end of life in overnight because the company went bankrupt. What do you expect them to do? They're bankrupt. They're not going to do anything.
They're going to need to retain funds and end the game sooner, right?
Yeah. And also, what does it mean to be playable? Like, if I make a little mini game, does that meet the requirements to be offline playable now?
Mm-hmm.
And then also, if it is offline playable, how does that work for online games, right? Like MMOs. Offline playable means I'm not actually able to play the game because I need all these other people to be playing, right? So I think the best scenario is to say, screw all these stupid, and the overhead to manage all this, I can only imagine, would be so bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So instead of all that, this also, I'll say, this would be solved if copyright was fucking normal and back to like the 1900 levels of you get 25 years, because then it's like, okay, yeah, in 25 years your game goes end of life or whatever, then whatever, anyone can pick that game up and do whatever the hell they want with it, including making unofficial web servers to host the game so that you can play multiplayer still and all that kind of stuff. But because we're in the situation we are with fucking like almost 200 years of copyright, depending on how long people live, we're in situations where it's now becoming annoying where I'm paying money for stuff and there's no feasible way to use it. So I think the proper solution is to just allow people to break copyright, like make an exception in the copyright law that would allow people to create code and hacks to extend the life of the product, right? So if there is a DRM check,
like an extended
allow
right
me
to
to-
repair, effectively, like just basically
sort of
remove the right from the company to like basically the easiest way to solve this is to do what Mojang did with Minecraft. Local servers, LAN hosted servers and all that stuff is like you can do that, but also we have our own hosted servers that you can play on if you don't want to set that up, or you just want to go on and play multiplayer with people you don't even know, kind of thing. And like that honestly, because otherwise, what other reason do you have to do this than to hold your stuff hostage?
I mean, there could be other issues, like for example, the DRM thing. You would never, as a company, want there to be a setting to have like, well, use this DRM server, right? So you never want to make that a public setting for someone to change. But and it would take dev time to create a whole sub menu to create like, well, if you want to use unofficial servers, here you go. Minecraft started with unofficial servers because they never wanted to make official ones, and then they added the official ones later, right?
I think they added the other ones once Microsoft bought it.
Yeah. So
the Realms, I think they're called Minecraft Realms.
Yeah. So this is why I think it's just better to say, don't do anything, but you also now can't stop other people from doing things. After if you go end of life and the game is shut down, you are no longer allowed to prevent other people from creating software that will give that game life. So getting around DRM, setting up third-party web servers, potentially creating new stores to allow people to buy the microtransactions. There could be a question of whether or not that you would be allowed to monetize that as a service. Like, should I be able to make money off of this? Or should it only be a free thing? That's debatable, because I did hear an argument on Asmon Gold's stream where he was saying like there could be a scenario where a company is incentivized to kill another company so that they can cannibalize the product, right? By then creating the third-party software services and offering that, like if World of Warcraft was doing good and you somehow were able to snuff out Blizzard and say, okay, you can't operate anymore, and then now World of Warcraft's up for capture essentially, and that now if you want to play World of Warcraft, come pay me.
That's actually an interesting concept I didn't really think about until you brought it up about World of Warcraft, is that World of Warcraft is a game that you buy and then you have to pay monthly for the ability to play it online, right?
Yes.
Like the actual MMO aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
So what happens to a game like that where the pricing model is that you pay monthly to access the servers, if the game then the developers go out of business or whatever and they have to make it so you can play it, but like the whole thing for your purchase is that you now have what used to cost you $10-15 a month is now free, right? Like does that affect at all how this because it seems much more reasonable when the idea is that I bought a game and I used to play it all the time, but then I can't play it now because they closed down all the servers. But I, at that time, only paid $60 for the game originally, and I should still be able to play it. Versus, like, you know, people who play World of Warcraft have sunk, you know, tens of thousands of dollars into it by now. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, they've earned the right to continue to play it beyond, you know, more, because they've sunk so much into it that actually might even increase the argument for what they deserve or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, whales can spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars on games, right? And then the game could just disappear overnight. And there were like unofficial World of Warcraft servers that well, it wasn't just servers, you had to download the whole game client, I believe. But Blizzard, you know, and also they operated like, because it was free. I believe they were free. Maybe you had to pay for them. But they because it wasn't Blizzard running them, they were able to do things like change the XP curve, make it easier to level up, and that kind of thing. And so people were running servers where it's like, okay, this is the easy server, you can level up really quickly. This is the normal server, and offer different services. But obviously Blizzard shut that down, and so in this scenario, if it goes the way I think would be the best for everyone, it's just those people would still be able to exist, and Blizzard just wouldn't be able to shut them down because the game's now offline. As opposed to them having to build in any like functionality to allow the features to happen afterwards, because they're never going to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you think the likelihood is that literally anything changes from this petition?
Well, I don't know. If they pass it, like, what are the odds that they pass it, right?
So I guess
at all.
I guess the thing about it is that the current climate in the UK actually makes it seem like a greater likelihood that you could get them to pass it, just as simply to do something, while the current climate of the UK is to not, you know, deal with what's actually happening, kind of thing. And because although the gaming companies have probably tried to lobby hard against the action just because it would cost them more money, right? The lawmakers that would, you know, make it law have so little understanding of the entire problem, and it seems so simple that they would possibly rule in favor of forcing game companies to make their games playable beyond, you know, like their expiration or whatever, just simply because they don't fucking know what it really means to wave the magic wand of law and do that.
Yeah.
And ironically, it would be even more funny if they do that, and then the game companies just, okay, we're not releasing games in Europe, right?
No, that's what'll happen if they pass the law the way it's written or the way that's suggested. Then yeah, I could see them saying we're just not going to sell it in Europe because it's that much of a burden. But whereas if they,
right?
Yeah, if they change it to, well, we're not requiring the game companies do literally anything. We're just saying you can't enforce your copyright after the game goes down. Like, you only get a copyright as long as the game is active. Even say if it's not active for a year, or like, I don't know, or make some criteria of like, okay, this game is not coming back. It's not just down for a little bit. You know, it's gone. Okay, we've reached that bar. Now you can no longer go after people for copyright infringement on the code for that service. and I think that would be a lot easier to swallow for companies, like no overhead for them. The only concern is whether or not you could talk to the lawmakers and make them understand how it would all work and get it passed. So I think that the odds that they can get the amount of signatures to do what they want to do, I think, is probably pretty high. The odds of it getting passed in a way that will work for everyone, and again, my suggestion being the way that would work, is probably low. I don't imagine that they'll be able to navigate that to the point where they get to completion, but
so
hopefully they do, because it's super. There's so many games that, like, I used to play this game called Fly for Fun. It was an MMO, like an anime based MMO. That game's not around anymore. I think there's private servers around, but if they shut those private servers down because technically they're illegal, then you wouldn't be able to ever play that game again. There used to be like Gunbound. I don't know if anyone, like, all of these old like web games, right? Like no longer work. And if a big enough fan base can be built around a game after it goes end of life that are technically inclined enough to keep it going, then why not let them do that?
Yeah, something that I'm most concerned about is the concept of taxing the player by the hour or whatever. Like, because we live in a world right now where, most software that you use is moving in the direction of subscription versus buy it once, like Adobe, for example. And they are discussing, trying to make it so that they can charge you per hour that you play a game. Like, basically you get taxed by the minute kind of thing, a certain rate. It's an insignificant number at first, but as you play games more and more, I mean, look, is it a good alternative to microtransactions? Probably not, because at least with a microtransaction, you can choose not to make them, or you can use in-game currency kind of thing. But the problem with the microtransaction is that the game is then designed to try to force you to need to pay, to become unfun quickly.
So I think, like, MMOs charge you by the hour, basically, right?
Yeah, they do.
But they don't.
Yeah.
They don't charge you. It's not like a per minute, like a carrier system, right?
I'm saying that, like, any game you normally play, like, you want to play Mario Party.
No, I know. I get that. Yeah, I get that. So, so phone carriers, right? You can pay by the minute. So, like, as you use your phone, you're racking up a bill. Most people don't want to do that. Most people are going to say, give me a monthly plan that gives me so many minutes or whatever, right? And so that's basically what, or unlimited. And unlimited, I guess, would be basically what MMOs are. You pay monthly, you get unlimited access to their thing. But the thing with paying a monthly fee like that to play a game, which is a good thing for the game, but also a bad thing, is you kind of build up this, like, well, I'm paying for the game, so I need to be playing it, right?
Yeah.
So now your gaming turns into more of a chore. And some people will still play the game. That's fine.
Look at all the people who love Animal Crossing.
Well, Animal Crossing is free, but
but it's a
chore, like, once you pay for I guess. But me personally, right? Like, I used to like playing World of Warcraft, and I still would probably like playing World of Warcraft. But the whole idea of, like, okay, especially now when I don't have the time to put in all the, like, if I'm paying a monthly fee and it's like, okay, I only got to play it 2 hours this month.
Yeah,
I'm wasting all this money.
I haven't played Minecraft in probably since I moved back to California. I've probably played it a grand total of like 2 hours maximum. and I've paid for a monthly server, for the last like 12 years.
See, that's what they want. They want you to pay for it and not use it.
Yeah, like I mean, other people that are on my server are still using it, but it's like 2 players, right, from Germany, and they're still playing it, and I keep the server going for them, and I would love to get back into playing it, you know, just as like something I do once a week, you know, kind of like have time. Like if I my new business takes off, right, and I'm able to basically quit my day job and make money while I sleep kind of thing, then I will absolutely get back into Minecraft, like fucking hands down. My kids have been wanting to play it with me for ages, but I refuse to play the Switch port because I don't want to use the stupid controller. I would rather play the Java edition or whatever. But yeah, like I totally get where you're coming from. Like, just there's a certain level of like the catch-22 of adulthood is and I talked about this in an early tip video, being a kid and having all the time in the world to watch anime, but not enough money to buy it. And then being an adult and having all adult money and being able to buy all this anime, but never having any time to watch it. And then your stack of unwatched anime keeps growing because you keep fucking buying it and you can never get over this insurmountable tower of anime, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see where this goes in terms of. I honestly would not be surprised if it goes absolutely nowhere, dead in the water. You could get 300 billion signatures and it would go nowhere. I could totally.
I think it will go nowhere because they will refuse to consider the alternative of what I was suggesting. If they go forward with what it's there as is, I think that the video game companies would have a large enough, like, this isn't doable, like, you know, protest to the government of Europe, and the people in power will say, no, we can't do this.
Seb says one reason you still don't cancel subscription is that they've raised the price 5 times. See, but usually when they raise the price on something, they actually just raise it on you. Like, you know, they let you know, hey, we're raising our prices, and you know, you can either cancel, or by not canceling, you've agreed to pay the higher rate.
Yeah.
Like when I was working my old job, we kept the trucks at a storage unit, right? You know how storage units have, like, not a storage unit, but like a storage facility, right? So like they have storage units, but you could also pay to rent the parking spots, right? So you store your RVs, your boats, whatever, right? So we kept our trucks there, and my boss is pretty personable, right? And he got in good with the girls who ran, you know, like the office there, and they told him that when you sign up, you should prepay for the year, because when you get to, I think it's within 2 months of it renewing, if you pay for multiple months to jump you over that 10-month threshold, it stopped the system from automatically raising the price on your spot, because you weren't because you extend how many months you have before your plan is over or whatever by prepaying, right? And you could actually jump over the system's trigger that would cause you to have your prices increased at the storage facilities. So stuff like that, like, but typically it's hard to know exactly what those, you know, things are. And like I said, usually they're just going to raise them, and you're shit out of luck if you can't afford it, right? And you keep the old price if you don't can't. Yeah, sometimes you get grandfathered in. We got very lucky with StreamYard, where we were in on the ground floor, and they gave us a lifetime discount. I expect them to honor that. They've been fucking great. Honestly, in my entire career doing YouTube and stuff, StreamYard is the only company that I actually enjoy partnering with to produce this stuff, because YouTube sucks ass. TubeBuddy cost out the ass for one fucking feature that I use. And StreamYard is like, they listen to you, they do everything. Like, I have asked for a feature or inquired as to why they changed something, and within 30 minutes they've switched it back. Like it's I don't know. Anyway, let's get back on topic here. So
Steam censors anime style games. I mean, I think there's a whole section of like adult games.
Yeah,
So I mean, there's been a couple that they've cracked down
there
on,
have been
I
a
guess.
couple that they've refused to allow release on Steam because of the anime style characters looked young or whatever. Once again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that shit just because they're not real people, and I don't like the idea of giving rights to inanimate objects. But anyway,
The
this is
Satellaview games should be re-released in some form. They are. There's some fan group that have set up although it's only for emulators, but I don't think you actually have a Satellaview, so I don't think you care.
yeah, Satellaview being the satellite BS system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was some. I don't know if we're covering it, but considering we're at the end of game news, I doubt it. But there was something in the news just recently about some fans have recreated the Satellaview service for an emulator or something.
So let's move on from here just so we can wrap things up. Do we have anything here? I think it's all.
I mean, it looks all old, but I don't know.
I heard the unmute and I thought, okay, good. Reese is here. No.
No, it's just me.
Reese would be the one to tell us.
I mean, Discotheque was. We talked about
Tonagura, right?
I thought so, but maybe not.
I'm here. Sorry.
All right, cool. Anything new?
Yeah.
The Bucket List of the Dead first season Crunchyroll.
Fuck.
I thought we already looked at this.
Hold on. They're not in order of when they came out.
Okay.
But when they were added.
Yeah, it's not like Right Stuff that was correct and nice and good.
Newest
Nice
to
and-
oldest?
Nice and clean, yeah. Fucking terrible to keep track of what's been recently added. Alright.
So this all looks like stuff
the
we
disco
already
stuff.
covered.
The discotheque stuff is new, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, it might be new on Right Stuff, but we already covered it on.
Okay, I got it here.
Okay.
So we got
I guess we'll
Big
cover
Sheriff Shiner.
He wants to have his 5 minutes, okay?
I was just in the middle of moving my stuff back to the kitchen because my dad was going to bed now.
He's like, they're gonna keep talking about this stupid game thing for hours.
Yeah,
I got plenty of time.
Right? Captain Harlock TV series. Okay.
I don't see that. I still see. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Kagura.
I don't remember them announcing this on the stream. But
I think it was announced earlier. It wasn't.
Okay. Why isn't
wasn't
this
new.
dubbed?
Italian game.
You have the cast. It's cheaper than a TV show. It's just a film. Why didn't you do it?
Yeah.
The less good version. Buy the OVA.
Maruoshi's Dallas.
Never fucking heard of it.
GTO Good Teacher Onizuka.
I'm gonna get it because I don't have the original.
But it's standard def.
Fuck
So-
you. I don't want to buy
It's
fucking
still gonna be better than the DVD.
Yeah.
Reborn Special Fan Disc.
I don't want. But why? Like, it's like, hey, if you buy a bunch, we won't do anything with it. Actually.
And
Which is what they said.
Nah, Kite is not on Crunchyroll, but there is a listing up on Amazon.
Wait, is it not coming to Crunchyroll?
It's a hentai, dude.
So they're not going to put it on Crunchyroll?
It's not here.
That's you were in backstage. I don't know if you realized that.
Oh, well, fuck Crunchyroll. I'm over here. You know how I've been running Stable Diffusion with every single checkpoint? I'm finding out what Tig Biddies gives me.
Okay.
Jeez. I don't know why
it's accurate.
So Discoteque said that they would announce when they announced these solicitations on Crunchyroll, they said that the kite solicitations weren't ready yet. I don't know if that means just going to Amazon or if they're going to try and set something up with Buy Anime, because because Buy Anime currently does not have any Discoteque stuff on it for some reason.
Yeah, that'd be nice
Funny,
if they got.
I forgot Buy Anime existed.
I do every couple weeks, and then I remember like, oh yeah.
Let's go
I don't know what
Buy Anime.
I don't know what Buy Anime is. I don't give a fuck about Buy Anime.
Remember Right Stuff used to sell hentai?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Buy Anime before Right Stuff fully became Crunchyroll.
Can you remove my stream real quick?
Yeah, I'll remove it.
I don't know how I feel about the Reborn special discs. It's like,
okay, hold on.
And then
we must get to the bottom of this. You were interrupted. Buy Anime is a subsidiary of Right Stuff.
So Right Stuff pulled all the hentai off of Right Stuff right before they then just got absorbed into Crunchyroll. So it was probably an effort to have a home for all of that shit before they rebranded under Crunchyroll, right?
Yeah.
And so Buy Anime is just the shitty ass fucking URL they could get that sells exclusively the hentai that used to be on Right Stuff.
Well,
okay, but it's run by.
They have a lot of regular stuff too.
Yeah. Is it
okay, I don't care.
By Media Blasters?
We think it's run by Media Blasters just because they ship stuff out of Las Vegas or out of Nevada.
Okay, so here's my issue. Amazon does not ship to Canada.
I do.
Race Stuff does.
I will be pissed if they don't get Kite on Crunchyroll. That will be stupid.
Well, they're not going to get it.
You actually want Kite? Okay. Yeah, all I remember is the porn about it. That's all I remember. I need to watch it again, I guess.
Ironically, I don't even remember the porn about it.
No, you mentioned you don't even watch it for the porn.
I remember.
It's like, oh, okay, all I remember is the porn.
Is like the freakishly long dick the guy.
Oh god!
Like it's just like it's a bit much. Right? Like it's one of those things where like you've got the character like riding, and it's like she's riding way up here. Like
oh my god!
Like it's one thing to have a massive Johnson, but it's like you can't just realistically be like, well, she only fits on the first fourth. You know,
she just sits on the tip, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then
hold on, green light. You're giving me shit for buying or wanting to get this anime when you buy all of the hentai ever.
What do you mean buy all the hentai ever?
He is a very cultured hentai enthusiast. He buys the creme de la creme.
Well, I'll have you know that if I buy this, it will be the first X-rated anime I own at all.
I'm like, you're buying porn? Like, what?
You don't already have interspecies reviewers?
Yeah, no, I do not.
That's why I'm surprised. That's why I'm surprised. You don't strike me as an individual that would buy that sort of thing.
How many items can I post at once on Discord?
What do you mean?
Like, how many images could I post?
If it's an image, you can post up to 10.
Oh. So the fact that I just selected 20 isn't going to go through?
Well, it depends on how, also the combined file size.
I don't know if it does combined or if it's individual.
Right. If you're in the Discord, I am now posting the first 10 outputs from Tig Biddies from Stay with the Fusion.
Oh, God.
Wait, that's the image one and not the... Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel bad for the headshots of the two people here.
Why did you even include those? That looks like Markiplier.
Why not? All right. Anyway, back to this since we're still in the Right Stuff timestamp.
Yeah.
We also have Time of Eve is getting released. The pre-order on the Media OCD store went up.
Do you want to tell them the story about that, Reese?
I didn't
Wait,
get into it. I'm
is
getting
this
to it.
is this also a thing that's only on
No,
Media OCD?
it'll be up on Crunchyroll, but without the slipcover.
Oh, okay.
But also surprisingly, they have a Blu-ray upgrade form. If you already had the Kickstarter or Pied Piper International release, something that's not already previously released by Animego. They're doing it for somebody else, which is really weird.
Yeah, but also really nice.
Yeah, also nice. So, which is what I literally sold my set to Greenline, because this set has been out of print.
You're not screen sharing.
Like over $100 anywhere you look. I offered it to Greenline, and he was like, "Yeah, that sounds good," or whatever. Greenline to take it away.
Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, that sounds cool. I'll take it if you're selling it." It looked interesting, so I bought it from him. And but then he's like, "Wait, shit! They just announced that they're giving you half off."
God damn it! Did you put my name on a sticky note and
Putnam predicted he predicted the crash of the yen or whatever, and Reese predicted the crash of Time of Eve. Can you send me both of those in the private chat before you close them?
Say what?
Send me those in the private chat before you.
You got the one in the doc. I thought I sent it to you to add to the doc.
You probably did, but I didn't. So
wow.
Right, here are the remaining 9 items. Actually, I'm going to remove one of them because it's a duplicate because I have 2 of the same model. Okay, there you go. Those are the things that Tig Biddies gives you with Stay with the Fusion. Some of them are very alarming.
Junior chat for the main page and the replacement program.
I like that
is at the very bottom.
Or
you like the first? Yeah, the one that looks like Callan with the tail.
Not the very first one. The third and fourth one. I want to say is the
third and you mean third and fourth? Okay, yeah, they're quite nice.
Where are all these at?
They're in the velvet room.
Found it. Oh,
all right.
My God. First one looks like a doll. Or a figure, I guess.
Okay.
We can move on. You can look at that on your own time, Reese.
I can look at that whenever I want to. Thank you.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk about it now.
All right. So back to my screen share, which I realize is not up anymore because I left the call. All right, here you go.
Why that one?
I don't know, man.
Face. With the dude.
Tig Biddies gave me that. I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
I would love for you to shop at Stealth Weeb, but unfortunately, I can't be bothered to repair the website with this critical error. Look forward to that in the future. Also,
are you going to repair it in the future?
Yeah, I repaired the podcast site. It's not hard.
Okay.
I just have to make the time to do it. Anyway, let's do it was all consensual. You guys can check this out. It's a great shirt. Definitely wear it in public. Should have worn it to Anime Expo this year, but I forgot to. Definitely wouldn't have gotten thrown out. All right. Anyway, awesome new Soot Sprite and Totoro House Ghibli cushions are a sensible addition to any home. All right. So what do you think about these cushions? Are they a sensible addition to your home? Why?
That one isn't. The other ones maybe.
Fucking for what reason? Like, why? And these things are fucking massive, apparently.
I can understand some of them, just like like hug pillows.
Could you fit your dick in it though?
Asking the important question.
Yeah.
Well, I think it is the the same sort of product as the Princess Mononoke one we looked at.
How much are they?
That's a good question.
See, he's wondering now. He's like, oh, maybe.
He's like, my dick is worth it. $28.
$28. That's not
US.
bad.
It's like 100 Canadian though.
Yeah, obviously.
All right.
But if I go through the yen, it might be worth it.
Not anymore.
I'll do the carry trade.
All right. Toys R Us debuts first video ad using Sora, OpenAI's text-to-video tool. So we talked about this behind the scenes. Random 11 talked about the fact that Toys R Us Canada and Toys R Us America are not even the same company, and that Toys R Us America is bankrupt. And I fired back with, well, that explains why they couldn't hire real actors and use the AI to make their entire ad here. I'm more just showing it to show, like, hey, this is what AI does now. Oh, that was kind of weird, actually. What was that?
Well, this was a few months ago, but yeah.
Well, yes, of course, but I mean, just in general. This is like semi-transparent to the point where you can see through it, but just that wheel, pretty much. Anyway. Wow. Magic and Toyland. Okay, cool. You can watch the full story at toysrus.com/studios. All right. Anyway, I don't think we need to actually read anything about it. I just kind of wanted to show you that's where we're at in terms of AI at the moment. It hasn't quite figured out refraction, I don't think. All right. Let's talk about a mom's anger over Game of Thrones passport mix-up. Do you guys recall a couple podcasts ago, I told you that one of my son's like church mates at school or at church, a Sunday school classmate, how about we phrase it that way, was named Khaleesi. This child's name is also Khaleesi.
It's very unfortunate.
A woman was left devastated after her daughter's passport application was rejected because she was named after a Game of Thrones character. Game of Thrones title, but whatever. Lucy, 39, from Swindon in Wiltshire, said the passport office initially refused the application for Khaleesi. Officials said they were unable to issue a passport unless Warner Brothers gave permission because it owned the name's trademark. But the authority has since apologized for the error. Quote, I was absolutely devastated. We were so looking forward to our first holiday together. After planning and saving up for a dream trip to Disneyland Paris, Lucy, who works in Cirencester, applied for a passport for Khaleesi. But then I had a letter come through from the passport office saying her name is trademarked by Warner Brothers. You know that the guy at the passport office just said, no, fuck this bitch. It was the first I'd heard of such a thing. I was astonished. After seeking legal advice, her solicitors discovered that while there is a trademark for Game of Thrones, it is for goods and services, but not for a person's name. That information was sent to the passport office, who said I would need a letter from Warner Brothers to confirm my daughter is able to use that name. A misunderstanding. Quote, I didn't understand and felt frustrated. If she could get a birth certificate, would something not have been flagged up then? I never thought you could trademark a name. You got to have a license for that name.
You gotta put that on a shirt at some point. I just know it.
Oh, the passport office has since called Lucy to apologize and said a mistake had been made. The official explained there had been a misunderstanding in the guidance staff. And originally given applies only to people changing their names. Oh. He advised me that they should be able to process my daughter's passport now, she said. But Lucy believes it has only been resolved because of media coverage. If I hadn't posted this on social media, nothing would have been done. I would have been stuck, not knowing what to do. People contacted me about similar experiences. What the fuck? In the meantime, I want an entire paragraph explaining that. Come on. In the meantime, both she and Khaleesi are still hoping they can make it to Disneyland Paris in the near future. Lucy has waited to book the. I read that like in my head as she's a waitress who waited to be able to book the holiday, right? She's waited to book the holiday until all the passports have arrived. Quote, I am hoping the passport will be issued soon and was promised that they would call back in a few days to see if I had progressed. Lucy is also hoping her story might help others. Quote, I think there might be other people in the situation that they may have had their passports declined recently because of something like this. Who? Who the fuck else? Another person in Khaleesi, you know it. Hopefully they know it can be resolved. A Home Office spokesperson said, quote, we can confirm the application is being processed and apologize to the people for the delay, to the family for the delay. Anyway, there you go, a happy ending.
Woohoo.
All right.
You shouldn't have named your kid that.
Yes. A not so happy ending. Shocking x-ray. Doctors remove fork from penis of 70-year-old Australian man. Here we go again. Another day, another penis. Doctors in Canberra have removed the 10-centimeter fork from the penis of a 70-year-old man who inserted it into his urethra in an attempt to achieve sexual gratification. The case is considered so unusual. It was so unusual. Like, I see this shit weekly, bitch. Like, it was written up by 3 doctors in the International Journal of Surgery Case Reports last month. According to the report, the man presented at Canberra Hospital Emergency Department with a bleeding sexual organ. Could it be a penis? Perhaps. The Canberra Times says he told doctors he had inserted the piece of cutlery into his urethra. Oh, God, why does it sound worse when you describe this cutlery? Into his urethra almost 12 hours earlier in an attempt to achieve sexual gratification. How exactly did you envision this going? And he's fucking 70. You know that he's on like 10 Viagra. Almost 12 hours earlier in an attempt to achieve sexual gratification, but the fork, perhaps unsurprisingly, became stuck. Doctor, how did you even get it in? That's like, how? I lost my, where'd it go? Here. Doctors were able to feel the fork outside, and remarkable x-ray images showed the utensil wedged into the man's penis. Oh, that's the sex organ. The medics finally removed the item using forceps and copious lubrication. I never really thought about it, but no matter what liquid you drink, it comes out basically the same, right? So, like, if you drank just a shit ton of lube, could you piss out lube? No, right? It would just come out as regular pee, right? So, I don't know. I don't. Copious lube.
You might shit out poop, lube.
Yes, you do in fact shit out poop.
Yeah. If you ate enough lube and didn't eat anything else, like you would still pee, but you would shit lube.
Some corn-based lube, like, whoa. Just drink a bunch of corn syrup. It's basically the same thing, right? Oh, God. Oh. The patient was under general anesthetic. The case appears in the International Journal of Surgery case report published last month and is entitled "An Unusual Urethral Foreign Body." What a creative name. In the document, medics remark that it was rare to see objects lodged in the lower urinary tract. Is it now? It's so rare that I see it weekly. Doctors explained that they wrote up the case given the great management challenge faced by the oddity and infrequency with which a fork is encountered in the penile urethra. It is apparent that the human mind is uninhibited, let alone creative, they wrote. Autoerotic stimulation with the aid of self-inserted urethral foreign bodies has been existent since time immemorial. Really? Really? How many fossils do we have of dicks with something shoved in them, huh?
They invented the dick probe before they invented the wheel.
And have presented an unusual but known presentation to urologists. According to the Canberra Times, the report lists other objects found in parts of other bodies, including wire, Allen wrenches, toothbrushes, light bulbs.
Oh, God.
You've got to be shove that in your ass, right? Like, or do they mean like maybe like a little Christmas light? Thermometers, plants, vegetables. I mean, yes, we all know how women get up to in the garden. Leeches, snakes, and glue.
Oh, God.
The newspaper also notes that the report says many patients try to remove items that become stuck because of embarrassment. Their own attempts to extract the objects often results in further injuries, the paper noted. Oh, yeah. That was a kind of a letdown. I feel like I've seen at least a dozen other articles about this that were better. It is currently 10:37. Probably a good time to end, actually.
Yep.
All right. I'm really bad at this, the ending part. So let's read comments. Nice. Seb says I'm actually washing my dishes. Nice. That's good.
Don't stick that fork in your dick.
I am told that Buy Anime are not related to Sony. Oh my God, man. Give it a fucking rest. Discotheque does have their own store, I think.
I don't think the Discotheque website has an actual store.
But they have an Amazon store, don't they?
Well,
Or the Discotheque
I think they just sell directly through Amazon.
Oh.
Like Amazon ships and sold by Amazon kind of thing. They used to have a eBay, but I don't know if they still have it.
That was it. Yeah, they have their eBay store. No One Out Anime. No One Out Anime. No One Out Anime? Is it an anime titled No One Out?
Never heard of it.
I don't know. Anyway. All right. Well, I'm going to.
How far is everybody on the Masha Watch Club?
Episode 3.
Is anybody else?
I watched it already.
Episode 0 because I've been working.
Called one out. Okay.
I plan on starting it for the record. I plan, just maybe this week.
Oh. Promises. We'll find out next time.
Yeah.
Well, let's
It's been wanting. I've been wanting to watch it for the record. So.
Oh, okay. My new business is coming along swimmingly. I'm hoping to launch by the end of this week, and then we're gonna do a open beta in September and try to build up our customer base in September, and then probably as early as October, I will fucking quit my job. But we'll see how it goes. Wish me luck. Anyway, more about that once it's publicly.
Don't count your chickens too early.
Yeah. Well, of course not. I'm going to maintain my current job probably until the end of the year, realistically, just to have even more money in my bank account. But did the math on it, and we don't need that many customers to make it like really easy to quit. So anyway, let's do the China Smash intro.